Hi, good evening, everybody. So here we are, English B Revision 2024. We are going to begin in about 10 minutes. The persons who are on the Zoom call, kindly change your name to your first and last name. If not, I'll have to remove you from the call. Hi, good evening, everybody. One more time, please change your name to your first and last name. Otherwise, I'll have to remove you from the call. Person joining us on YouTube, we will start in about 10 minutes. I'm giving you a chance to tell a friend. Make sure your friends are locked in because paper one might be a bit stiff. So let's see what we can push in for the night. We'll start in about 10 minutes. All right, so we are going to look at CXC May June 2023, paper one. And I also want to look at the May June paper from 2022. I don't have a copy of that one. It's a clear copy of 2022. So if anybody has a clear copy of the 2022 May June paper, kindly send it to me. Still have time to tell a friend so they can hop on the live as soon as we start, starting in a few minutes. All right, so yeah, we're gonna start in a bit. So we're urging the persons again on the Zoom call to change your name to your first and last name. It's a simple request, it's a simple rule, simple requirements. Change your name to your first and last name so we know who is here at all time. If you don't do that, I have no other choice than to remove you from the session. Right? Good. So the aim tonight is to look at CXC paper 1, 2023, as well as 2022, if I can get a clear copy of that one. All right, so if you have a clear copy of 2022 May June paper 1 for English B, go ahead and email that to me or send it to me on WhatsApp if you have me there. We'll start in 5 minutes. All right, so we ready to get the show on the road. First of all, let me see who's with me here tonight. Remember, for a CXC English B class, for a session, we need to have lots of participation. Persons to read, persons to comment, persons to ask questions, right? So let me just make sure I have adequate people who would often respond either in my online class or at school. So let me hear who's with me and who's ready to respond. Anybody? This is going to end very quickly if nobody is going to be responding because I'm not reading anything.
I'm here, sir.
Where's your here?
Good night, sir.
All right, good. Because I'm
I'm here,
noticing
sir.
those Jamaican students on YouTube are very much eager to get into the class, and I will show you just what I mean by that when I share this link on the YouTube live. It'll show you pretty much what you are taking for granted. All right, so our goal tonight is to revise English B. Let me just start by saying the English B exam is notorious. English B paper 1 is notorious for being hard. It's not hard in the sense that it's not passable, but it's difficult in the sense that it often is a lot of new content. And we know how students do with new content on a high pressured exam. So, what we are hoping to do tonight is to generally just allow you to get into the right frame of mind to answer some questions and hopefully some of the content that we cover we come back, but I'm not counting on it. But if even if it comes back, you will be adequately prepared for it. All right. So who's feeling a grade 1 tomorrow?
We can see, sir.
If I have to give you the grade 1 based on how eager you sound, you definitely will not get that.
That grade 2 would work perfect for me.
A grade 2 work for you. You're settling, man. You're settling. You're not really an English B person.
Grade 1, sir.
Um,
All right.
at
That's
least
the
seven.
kind of. Some people just want to pass English B, to be honest. Some people just want to say, you know what? At least I pass. If that's you, by all means, you do you, right? But I want the grade 1 people. I want the grade 1. I see Rajiv Ramkisoon just sent me a nice copy of the 2022 paper. Good. So that would complete our set that I want to work tonight. All right. So let's get the show on the road. We will start with May, June 2023 first. As I said before, the hope is not that these questions repeat. We will be very happy if that happens. But if it doesn't happen, you should be able to learn some techniques to go through the paper and still be able to score high, right? So the aim is not to work questions to repeat because unfortunately English B is not like those other subjects where everything comes back. That's not how it works. We're just hoping that the thing that we work is enough to make us pass, right? One one final announcement to the persons who are joining us on the Zoom. Please change it to your first and last name. I will not accept anybody named DJ or Burp and those ridiculous things, right? So you're gonna see yourself being removed, and if you're removed, you're no longer going to be added back. Good. So let's have some volunteers to read this one here. Just a minute, I'll bring up the stuff. Good, volunteers. Who do we have? So somebody to be the narrator, somebody to be Gordon, somebody to be Jerry,
Be the narrator.
somebody to be Granny, somebody to be Mrs. D, Mrs. Haynes, Mr. Wiggly. That's Swinley. And yeah, those persons. Let's have volunteers, please.
Gordon.
So I'd like to be Mrs. Haynes.
Mrs. Haynes, all right. Good. Who's the narrator?
Me, Kiara. Yes.
Okay, hi. Ready for grade 1 tomorrow?
Yes. Yes.
Some of us, if we get grade 1 tomorrow and Wednesday, things look bleak.
Mhm.
No jokes, no jokes, no jokes. Seriousness, seriousness, seriousness.
Right, Jermaine, good night. You chilling the here, enjoying your life. You're
Hi,
in food.
good night, good night.
How you doing?
Tired, but I'm trying to do something for these young ones.
I'm happy that you're doing it. Like, when I see you get any other students teaching.
Okay, good, good. All right, so let's go. Narrator. All right, before we begin, let me just give you a quick guide as relates to drama. So the paper 1 mimics the general. Hold on, this waiting room is annoying me. Let me just take it off. Right. So the paper 1 of the English B exam mimics what the paper 2 has in terms of the sections. You have a drama section, you have a poetry section, and you have a prose section. The drama section gives you 2 pieces with 10 multiple choice each. The poetry section give you again 2 pieces with 10 multiple choice each. And the prose, the short story with there give you again 2 pieces with 10 multiple choice under each. So you have 6 pieces to answer in the exam, 6 pieces, 10 questions on each for a total of 60 multiple choice questions in 2 hours. Does that sound doable?
Yes, sir. So easy things, easy things.
Easy things. I like the spirit. Easy things. I don't want to rain on your parade,
Confidence is
but
key, sir. Confidence.
yeah, man, confidence is key. Even if you're going
It's
into this
a
exam and you're not sure what you're going to write, just be confident. Bluff this with confidence. Not the paper too, though.
yes, sir.
Does the paper one?
People want to do a thing. People want to do a
Sorry,
thing.
Mark Webb, we trust. Mark Webb coming in clutch.
I'm not so sure what that is. What is that?
Sorry, is a teacher from YouTube that does English B and English. Is Mark Webb? I think it's Mark Webb is his name.
I'm sure it's Adam Webb you're talking about, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, shit. Adam Webb, sir. Adam Webb.
All right. All right, let's go into it. Yeah, so I was saying to you, with drama, you will have stage directions. So while you must understand that this is a play that is written out for you in words, it is not a play that is in a book. It's a play that is captured in a book, but the essence of it is actually to be acted on a stage. So what you will see in italics would be what you call stage directions. The stage directions would be hinting to you as to what is happening on stage as this drama is being acted out. Does that sound clear to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So your stage directions will give you a hint of things that are happening. It's not necessarily to be read out. For example, the stage direction might be Jermaine moved from the door to the window. That does not mean that somebody will read Jermaine is moving from the stage from the door to the window. No. As the person is on stage acting, you will see that kind of action moving from the door to the window. So the stage directions, while they'll be hinting to you what is happening on stage, they might have some very important information as it relates to answering questions later on. So don't just ignore your stage directions in italics. Make sure you acknowledge them and read what they're saying, because some of the questions might very well be in those stage directions. The answers may be in those stage directions. Everybody set? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the narrator reads the stage directions, and then we have our different characters. Gordon, Jerry, Granny, Mrs. D, and then later on we have a few more. So for the persons joining us late, we are looking at the May-June 2023, paper 1, after which, if we have a successful one, we will look at paper 1 from 2022. Tomorrow evening, once all goes well and I'm home early, we will look for a crash course, paper 2, right? Reviewing the main components of that paper 2 exam. Yep, so let's go. Narrator?
At the radio station,
You didn't hear about the fire in King's Village last night? It's Granny's house that burned down. The old lady lost everything.
I think I want to be Granny. I'll be Granny. Jerry? Who's Jerry? And please let me have to call you to read, please.
But how come?
She was out when the fire started. They say a mosquito coil fell on the bed.
Mosquito coil? I doubt Granny would see a coil. That it's all those modern coils that are getting people sick. It would be strange if she was using mosquito.
I don't know if it's cheap internet or what, but he's breaking up for me. Is he breaking up for anybody else?
yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Done.
sir.
All right, good. So, okay, what device, when you're reading your question, try to predict questions that are going to be asked. When you're reading your pieces, rather, try to predict questions that are going to be asked and try to see if you can see it before and answer it before. That way, it will be easier and a little bit more fun as you read. So if they say Granny is against mosquito coils and a mosquito coil is what made her house burn down, what device would that be?
Irony.
Yeah, it'll be ironic, right? So if somebody says sarcasm, is it gonna be sarcasm? What's the difference between sarcasm and irony?
Sarcasm is meant in a hurtful way.
More to ridicule or embarrass someone, right? So if it's sarcasm, you're intending to hurt someone, embarrass someone. Irony is just stating the opposite of something, right? So Granny here against mosquito coil, and suddenly Granny's house burned down by a mosquito coil when she shouldn't be using mosquito coil. Quite ironic, but that might not be what's happening here, right? But let's have a good picture of it. So Jerry, you want to reread that there?
Yes, sir. A mosquito coil? Adults, Granny would use a coil. She always saying that it's all those modern chemicals that are making people sick. It would be more strange if she was using mosquitoes.
So what started the fire then? You suspect foul play?
Miss Daniel's kitchen.
Who's Mrs. Daniels? Come on now.
Granny, you don't have to
Testing.
cry.
Go ahead, Mrs. Daniels. The first person who's reading.
Granny, you don't have to cry.
It's only my home. I cannot imagine what my son would have done if he was here to see people burn down my house just like that.
Burn down your house? You mean you think that somebody set the fire?
Not think, sweetheart. No. I know that it's somebody who set that fire. The house couldn't just burn down just so.
And what makes you so sure?
Taking an envelope out her handbag.
This, a threatening letter. Read it for yourself.
Dear Miss Graham, your time on Earth nearly finished. Why you want to own land still? Sell out your land in King's Village and go and finish your last few days in town. Sell now, before it is too late. Take my advice before it's too late.
Who wrote
Who
this?
knows?
No idea. I got it 3 months ago, girl.
What? And you didn't tell us? You didn't tell the police?
I thought it was a joke, somebody was trying to play on me. You know how young people like to frighten old people these days. How could I ever think that somebody was planning to burn down my house?
Jerry and Gordon enter suddenly.
Granny, we have to get to the bottom of this fire as soon as possible.
Here, read this, Jerry.
Giving him the letter.
A letter Granny received 3 months ago.
Sorry, somebody was saying I can't hear. I was trying to tell him. My turn?
Yes, sir.
I hadn't
Yes, sir.
forgotten. I had forgotten about it. I had thrown it into my handbag and I found it there.
Granny, you mean you got this letter and you didn't tell anybody?
You never saw anybody walking near the house from that time? How about your neighbors? Are they friendly?
Think hard, Granny. There must have been one time, at least one time, when someone was unkind to you. Try and remember.
Well, there was one time when I slipped and fell down on the church step. And as I was sitting there on the ground trying to get up, along came Mrs. Swingley. And I smiled at her, thinking that she was coming to help me get up. But instead, she just looked at me with a strange kind of smile on her face and walk off in the other direction. That brute. Then it's sort of, but yeah.
Swingley, that name sounds familiar.
Her husband owns the big store at the corner of Hill Street.
I know him. Seems like an all right kind of guy.
Seems like an alright kind of fellow to me. He's a very nice man. One day he gave me a lift to King's Village.
You remember what you spoke about? Wait, did it have anything to do with the land?
Meanwhile, in Mr. Swingley's office.
You know I don't like this business at all. Our grandson works at the radio station, and you know how dangerous that has been.
Alan, we can't really hear it. It's sounding like an echo. Mrs. Haynes? Not really. Still echoing. Sounds as though your TV is on and you're at the computer desk and the voice is picked up on the TV. So it's like a long echo. So start out. Yeah. Anybody else wants to be Mrs. Haynes? Go ahead, just go ahead.
You know I don't like this business at all. Her grandson works at the radio station, and you know how dangerous that can be.
Mrs. Swingley, somebody else?
Well, this is the first time I've heard the manager of a radio station say that the radio is dangerous.
It's not dangerous if it is used correctly.
And who decides what is correct for the radio?
I do. I'm the manager. You have a lot of money and influence in the sound, Swingley, but you don't own the radio station. You can't decide what goes on or stays off the air.
I'm not trying to decide any such thing. I'm simply asking you to play down the news of the fire. You have as much to gain as I have.
I've already done that. On the news this morning, we didn't even say whose house it was.
Good. Now listen to me carefully. I had nothing to do with that fire in King's Village, but I cannot say that I'm sorry it happened. I would love to have that spot to open a new branch of my market. If you play down the news of the fire and then do some programs on the importance of supermarkets in the village, I will do so much advertising on your radio station that all your money problems will be over.
And exactly how do you suggest I go about doing that without attracting attention?
Simply announce a news program called Community in Movement, which will make people want to have new supermarket in their village. You do that, I will sell you 40% of the shares in the new supermarket. But there's one more condition, just to make sure that there is no hitch in our plan. I want the Daniels boy, Jerry D, off the radio now.
Off the radio? Now? But that's impossible. I would need time to find someone else. He's the best DJ we have. He's very popular with hundreds of fans. If he left the radio now, we would lose hundreds of listeners.
You will get others.
Sounds like corruption to me. So based on what you've read there, who is to blame for this fire?
Mr. Swinley.
Mr. Swingley.
Right.
Swingley.
So he clearly wants the spot to build his supermarket, and as a result, he burned down lady house and all of that. So try to form, as you read, try to form an understanding. Don't just read for reading's sake. English B, you have to go to the exam with the energy and the expectation of enjoying the exam. The more you read with the expectation of having fun, the more you're likely to enjoy the exam and the more you're likely to get your answers right. Right? So don't just read for reading's sake, because this thing gonna be long. And if you're reading for just reading, you're gonna really punish, right? So let's not just do that. Let's try to have some fun. Question?
What does
Somebody?
what does the audience learn from line 2 to 9 of the extract? In bracket, you didn't hear for
So I would suggest you just quickly go back and scan it before you choose a wrong answer, right? So somebody can read this for us quickly. So basically we're saying they didn't hear about the fire last night. The old lady lost her house and they wanted to know how the fire started. Some backstory was that the woman was against mosquito coil, and somebody said that that was the reason. And then somebody else suggested that they had some foul play, and then Granny came in. Good. So let's try to understand that before we look at the questions. What does the audience learn from the line 2 to 9? Right? And it's important to make sure you look at only 2 to 9. Right? A, what's A?
Granny accidentally burned down her house.
Come on, read them.
Sorry. B, Granny's house was burned down while she was out. C, Gordon and Jerry at the radio station reading the news. D, Jerry thinks Granny's house was burned down because of him.
All right, good. This one is simple and easy. Everybody is saying B, B, B. Yep, B is correct. Let's see what the people on our YouTube are saying. Well, they're not answering us yet. But yeah, B is correct. B as in boy. Granny's house burned down while she was out. Somebody to read question 2.
Jerry suspected that foul play is involved in the incident because Granny A. lived in King's Village, which is a safe community. B. Always use mosquito coils. One probably fell and started a fire. C. Was aware of the danger in using mosquito coils, so she never used them. D. Never left her home, so she was there while the house was burning down.
Why Jerry suspected foul play?
B.
A.
Uh,
C.
Jerry suspected foul play
C.
because
C.
Yeah, he suspects the foul play because
C.
Granny was not a person to be using mosquito coils, right? So for them to suggest that that's the reason why the house burned down is kind of ironic, right? So C is your answer there. Let's go. Question 3. Dramatic function of the letter. Good. What a letter does. And they will ask you this in the exam. What's the dramatic function? So the dramatic function is what is created by the introduction of something or the introduction of someone or a hint in the stage directions. What happened because of this letter? Let's read the options.
A. Its insights into the characters. B. Illustrates the major theme of the extract. C. Arouses the emotions of the audience. D. Ends the suspense of the situation.
It illustrates the major theme of the extract is too bland. What is the major theme? They must have hinted that to us in the answer. So it would not be something as simple as this, right? So this needed to say something more, right? Heightens the suspense of the situation, right? So when this letter was introduced, this is evidence that somebody may have done this purposefully. So this letter provides some sort of suspense. We are seeing climax happening here. We want to know what is next, right? So the answer there is D. D as in dog. 4. A little faster.
Granny's reaction to the threatening letter in lines 24 to 26 thought it was just a joke. To burn down my house gives the audience the impression that she is A. Trusting and naive, B. Violent and dignified, C. Malicious, king, D. Optimistic and confident.
So if she thought that somebody was burning her house down, well, it was a joke. It means that she's naive, right? Naive, and she's too much of a trusting individual. And oftentimes, old people are like that. They often trust somebody. But when you grow up in the ghetto, you can't trust a single boy. Next.
although Mrs. Swinley is off stage, her character, Mrs. Swinley is off stage. Her character is significant because it, one, advanced the plot by introducing a motive for the action. 2, develop characterization and insights into the other characters. 3, provides intrigue and highlights the theme. So A, 1 and 3 only. B, 1, wait, A, 1 and 2 only. B, 1 and 3 only. C, 2 and 3 only. D,
All
1,
right, so
2.
what do you guys think? What do you guys think here? So it's definitely A. A is definitely included. It advances the plot by introducing motive, right? Because remember, she was saying that Mrs. Swingley at church didn't help her up when she fell down. So that is motive. That's motive that something else is in the matter other than the pistol. All right. So that there is an option. One must be included. Good. What else is reasonable? Develops characterization and insight into the other characters. Does the woman being off stage show anything about the other characters? What do you guys think? It doesn't, right? Provides intrigue and highlights the theme. What do you think about that one?
Uh, I would I would say that is true. Is it?
Yeah,
Is
it
the answer
does. So 1 and 3 is correct. So the answer there is B as in boy, right? B as in boy. Somebody said they're not hearing me clearly. Is that the same for everyone else?
I have a speaker here
No,
and it's
sir, I
connected.
can hear. I can hear clear.
I can
No,
All
hear
right,
sir.
you.
Yeah,
next, 6.
yeah, I can hear clearly.
Granny and Jerry's opinion. Somebody read that one there for us quickly.
Granny and Jerry's opinion of Mr. Swingley expressed in line 42 to 43. I know him, nice man, is ironic because it A. Shows the differences in their attitude to Mr. Swingley. B. Evokes sympathy for Granny because Mr. Swingley wants to buy her land. C. Suggests that Mr. Swingley appears to be a good person, but he is really devious. D. Highlights that Mr. Swingley is an arrogant man, yet he is concerned about Granny.
What do you think? This one is easy.
C, because even though he appears good, he is the one that burned down her house.
That must be looking at red woman attitude, right? Yeah, that's definitely one of that. All right, so C is correct. 17, 7, sorry. The exchange between Mrs. Haynes and Mr. Swingley.
The exchange between.
exchange?
Sorry, continue.
The exchange between Mrs. Haynes and Mr. Swingley in lines 60 to 71, good, off the radio, now, is significant mainly because it A. Leads to the main crisis in the extract, B. Signals a twist in the plot of the extract, C. Reveals the true nature of both Mrs. Haynes and Mr. Swingley, D. Resolves the conflict that started when the house burnt down.
So we know it reveals the true nature of the man. Right, but let's go back to see if it reveals the true nature of the woman. Is she a person that like to take bribe? Let's figure out that. And then if we do that, then the answer is C. Right? So let's go back 60 to 71. Somebody want to read for us here quickly?
Good. Now listen to me carefully. I had nothing to do with that fire in King's Village.
We are not really concerned with what he is saying really much, right? So we know he is a devious old man. But let's see what she is saying, Mrs. Haynes.
And exactly how do you suggest I go about doing that without attracting attention?
You see, her concern is about attracting attention. So what a hint to you. She's a red woman, right? Right.
She does want to do it.
Yeah, she is more concerned with how people will see it rather than it being wrong. So definitely she is in on this nonsense, right? Good. So the answer there is C, 7C. Good. So 8.
Which of the following statements best demonstrates how the playwright arouses the audience interest in the action? A. I thought it was just a joke. Somebody was trying to play on me. You know how young people like to frighten old people. How could I ever think that somebody was planning to burn down my house? Lines 24. B. Her husband owns the big store at the corner of Hill Street. I know him. Seems like an all right kind of fella to me. Lines 41 to 42. C. I've already done that on the news this morning. We didn't even say whose house it was. Line 58 to 59. Simple. Announce a new program called Community in Movement, which will make people want to have new supermarkets in their villages.
Right. So what do you think? So it's question is asking which of the following statement best demonstrates how the playwright arouses the audience interest in the action. It's either A or D.
It's D.
Which is it?
D.
B is in dog. Okay.
A.
A. Okay. Anybody else?
A, sir.
Anybody else? Oh shoot, my battery is done already. Yeah, I would agree with A. So A is where the things seem to obviously had taken a different turn. So I would agree with the answer being A there, not D. The action that came as a result of the cover up, I would agree with D, but A is the better option there. Question 9.
Which of the following is one of the major themes in the extract? A. Freedom is worth fighting for. B. Power can be used to oppress others. C. Relationships can have positive effects. D. Too much greed leads to one's downfall.
What do you think?
I believe B because yes, sir. I believe B because since Mr. Swindle, since he has money, he can easily use that or he tried to persuade Granny to sell her house, but when she didn't agree to that, he used the money in order to just get people to burn down her house. Or he must be burning down himself, but same thing.
All right, good. Yeah, I agree with you. So power can be used to oppress people, right? Especially the persons who are most vulnerable. And while you read 10, I am going for my charger, quick to charge my computer before it cuts off. So read 10 and think of an answer. I'll be back in a bit.
The tone of the extracts can best be described as A. Bitter. B. Ironic. C. Mocking. D. Condescending.
So when you hear tone, you think the tone is of the writer. The tone is of the writer and the mood is of the reader. So the tone is how the writer sounds and the mood is how the reader feels as he or she reads, right? So remember tone, writer, and mood, reader. Good. So what's happening here? Read back the question there for me.
The tone of the extracts can best be described as A. Bitter. B. Ironic. C. Mocking. D. Condescending.
How do you think it sounds?
Sir, I'm thinking ironic, but if you look at it, how the writer is trying to put it off, like how Granny is being naive, and once she believed one thing and then another thing happened, what falls on the irony, right? But you could just be putting it off as how naive, how trusting she can be, and then it just end up backfiring on her.
And not only that, but remember the radio is supposed to be a champion of freedom of the press. And it's ironic that how money can able to cover up everything there. Right? So that's another one. Are they mocking Granny? Are they laughing at her? Did they say it's good for her? Did they hint to that?
True. So it's ironic. B.
Is it bitter? Anybody's bitter by anything that's happening there? B is your best fit, right? It's ironic. Good.
Good.
Are we going into the second one? Same thing where we have some new volunteers to quickly read.
I'm Joe.
I can be.
Peter.
Anybody's a narrator?
I'll be the narrator.
Great. Anybody volunteer to be Peter?
I am, sir.
All right, good. Good. I think we should have everybody. Yep, let's go. Narrator?
A dilapidated apartment.
I'm going to get married.
The news is received in silence.
I said I'm going to get married.
Yes, I heard the first time. What do you want me to do? Laugh and throw pennies? Is it that is it that Peter Smith?
He's the unlucky man.
You're centuries older than him.
Only 10 years.
You don't look 40. You look a sort of well-preserved 60.
Music.
That sounds,
Enter
that sounds
Peter.
like you, Prince.
Hey, sir, calm down.
Music. Enter Peter carrying a large bouquet and a box of chocolates and looking uncomfortable.
I got Sarah.
Oh, look. And it's all mine.
Hello, Daddy.
No, I know you are. All right, go on. Peter.
Oh, so you told her.
Of course. Come in and sit down. On second thoughts, lie down. You look marvelous.
He gives her the bouquet.
Here, Joe. Have we got a vase? Put these in some water.
How did she talk you into it? You must be out of your mind.
That's possible, I suppose. The chocolates are for you, Joe.
Buy my silence here. It's a good idea. I like chocolates.
Help yourself to a drink, Peter, and I'll go and put my glad rags on.
Exit.
Don't be long. Huh? I've booked a table. Damn it, I thought you'd be ready.
She's got no sense of time.
Don't sit there guzzling all those chocolates at once.
She throws the lid at him.
What the hell are you playing at? Sit down and behave yourself.
Hey, don't start bossing me about. You're not my father.
Suddenly, she attacks him, half laughing, half crying.
You leave me alone and leave my mother alone too.
Helen enters.
Leave him alone, Joe. He doesn't want to be bothered with you.
Why do you wear that black patch?
I lost an eye
Where?
during the war.
Were you in the Navy?
Army.
Officer?
Private.
I thought you would have been somebody important.
This child's fast.
A private is far more important than you think. After all, who does all the dirty work?
Why are you marrying Helen?
Why shouldn't I marry Helen? Could you have my photographs back, please?
Looking over his shoulders at the photographs.
I like that one with his saggy haircut. She got nice legs too. Nearly as nice as mine. Oh God.
Helen is heard singing off stage.
Joe, where's my hat?
I don't know where you left it. It's no use getting impatient, Peter. The art takes a long time. Are you sure you lost your eye during the war?
Go and tell your mother I'll wait for her in the pub.
Are you still married?
Going.
No, I'm still available.
Entering.
Only just.
Helen, you look utterly fantastic.
Thanks. Do you like my hat, Peter?
Bang on, darling.
Taking Helen's hat.
How do I look?
Peter! Peter, give it here. Stop about. It took me just to get this hat on right. Give it to me. It's my best one. Put it down.
To himself.
No sense of humor.
What are you marrying him for?
He's got a wallet full of reasons.
Gold digger. Gotta be another red woman.
Have you got your key, Helen? I might not be here when you decide to come back. I'm starting work on Saturday.
Are we going?
Can't I come with you?
Shut up. Come on, Peter.
All right. Don't pull. Don't get excited. And don't get impatient. Those bloody little street kids have probably pulled the car to pieces by now. But we needn't worry about that, need we?
Told you'd upset him.
Upset? I'm not upset. I just want to get the hell out of this black hole of Calcutta.
All right, let's go. Lines 2 to 7.
Lines 2 to 7. I'm going to, centuries older than him, are significant because A. Indicates attention and likely team. B. Introduce disagreement, anger, and anxiety. C. Explain the issue of age, gender, and relationships. D. Present the idea that one character is not being listened to.
All right, let's go back there and quickly scan it. What did they say? Lines what to what? 2 to 7?
I think it's 2 to 7.
All right, let's see. 2 to 7. I'm going to get married. He's the unlucky one. You're centuries older than him. All right. So let's look at it again. These lines are important because they indicate a tension, unlikely theme, introduce disagreement, anger, and anxiety, explain the issue of age, gender, and relationships, present the idea of one character is not being listened to. What do you think? Yeah, that one is indeed A. Mr. Gordon, take off your camera, sir. Yeah, A is correct. 11A, it indicates tension and it likely to lead. Question 12. Peter's entrance, line 10, serves primarily to what? So she was telling the child, oh, I'm getting married, and then Peter came in, right? So let's see how he entered. So the music entered Peter carrying a large bouquet and a box of chocolate, looking uncomfortable. You see what I was telling you earlier about stage directions? They hint to us what is happening. So it seemed as though almost that Peter seemed as though he was forced into this marriage. You know, oftentimes the men don't really want to get married. They want to stay and have fun. But to a woman, a marriage is a big thing. It's not to say not being sexist. Before you all start on me, I'm not being sexist. I'm just saying the wedding is probably to the woman the ideal thing. She's been planning that wedding since she was 10. All right. So the man, not so much. He's not so excited about it.
Sir, could it also be that Peter was a bit nervous, like coming in? That's why he seemed uncomfortable?
And very good deductive reasoning. Because remember, he also was carrying a box of chocolates, and maybe he was trying to win over the children, and that made him nervous. So that's another possibility, right? Good. So let's go. Let's go into the options and see what they have there for us. The entrance serves primarily to what? A.
A. Create a diversion from an awkward situation. B. Promote an aura of animosity between the two families. C. Signal that he is obedient to Helen, appearing as soon as he is summoned. D, provides diversity and contrast in the already female-dominated household.
What do you think? Did she summon him? C said he was summoned. Did she summon him? No. Remember, they were talking, the child insulting her. Go ahead, Gabriel. Child insulting her, and then
It
suddenly
says
comes Peter. Peter in India.
I would
Peter.
say D because it says provides diversity and contrast.
Can't hear you. Speak up. Speak up a little bit.
I would say it was D because it says provide diversity and contrast in the already female-dominated household. He came in with a bouquet and a box of chocolate, looking nervous, while everybody else in there was already confident and talking, and it's just the two females in the house. So it kind of provides that difference between the two.
I don't get the female dominated household. Yes, it's Joe and the mother, but I don't get the idea that it's a feminist home and they need a man there. I don't get that aura. But what I do see, remember the mother and Joe were going at it. It creates kind of a diversion to the awkward
Diversion.
situation, right? Yeah,
Oh, so that
diversion.
would be the difference.
Right. That exactly. So A, 12A there, right? 13.
The stage direction, she throws the lid at him, line 23, and Helen is heard singing off stage, line 24, are effective primarily because they A, provide information on theme and develop characterization.
Oh Lord.
I'm there.
Hold on. You ain't reading as if you want to read anyway. Let me just look back at 43 and 23 quickly. 23. Three. All right, good. Read it now. And that's what I'm doing here. You go back and look at your lines as well, right? You want to make sure that what you're answering based on is actually the correct understanding of the text, right? Good. A.
Provide information on the theme and develop characterization. B. Appeals to the sense and present, contrasting emotional response. C. Indicate disharmony and heightens the conflict between the characters. D. Arouse the audience interest in the drama through suspense and intrigue.
What do you think? Throws the lid at him, running off, singing. What do you think is happening there? Come on, that one's a little easy. That's correct, Fabian. B is correct. Appeal to the senses and present contrasting emotions. Responses, right? So here, one person is having a melodramatic reaction and the other person is excited she's getting married. So you see that contrasting emotional response happening there. So 13B, good. 14. Come on, faster, guys.
Which of the following best describe the mother-daughter relationship? A, loud and vulgar. B, violent and patronizing. C, bitter and disrespectful. D, domineering and uncaring.
What do you think is happening between Helen and Joe?
C.
Bitter and disrespectful. Okay, I see it, but any other views?
Sir D.
Could it be A because even though she may insult her mother, she kind of cares about her and the person who she goes with. So I would just say A, loud and vulgar, because she insulted her mother, but she cares about her at the same time.
Yeah, but caring about her is not selected in the option of loud and vulgar. So you, based on that reasoning, also you're saying that it's not going to be disrespectful because of that reasoning.
Yeah, this is what I just saying. She just saying them things to be insulting, but she doesn't really mean it all that.
Okay. I see Brianna want to say something.
Sorry, D.
D? Why D? No, she doesn't. She's not uncaring. She's not uncaring. She cares about the mother. Right? Even if she doesn't really like the man, she wants to see the mother happy. I can sense that. It's like a tough love kind of situation. When we were in class, we throw punches at each other, not literally, but it don't mean that nobody hate the other one. So yeah, I wouldn't agree with uncaring there. Loud and vulgar, bitter and disrespectful. Not disrespectful in the sense of if it's a white man looking on, I probably shouldn't have said it on YouTube. But it's just loud and vulgar. The relationship is a loud and a vulgar one. Not so much bitter and disrespectful. Next. I see what you're saying C though. But loud and vulgar is probably the best fit. Next. 15.
Which of the following does the playwright achieve most effectively in lines 29 to 36? Why do you wear that black patch? Private.
So they had those short
A.
sentences, those short exchanges. What do short sentences or short exchanges tell us about what is happening? Let me see y'all are thinking. Short. You ask me, I give a short response. You ask me something else, another short response. What does that tell us about the relationship? I didn't hear you, White.
Urgency.
Urgent, not really urgency. Anyone else?
Vague.
I don't really like
Responses
the
are
word vague.
vague.
Yeah, the responses are vague, but what does it tell us about the relationship? Tense and uneasy. I agree with that. All right. Tense, uneasy, strained. Right? Good. So let's go to the options here now.
A. Joe's confidence in the relationship between Peter and Helen is revealed. B.
No.
Joe's skill as an interrogator is portrayed as she seeks to learn about Peter's military training. C. Joe's background in the military is introduced as Peter tries to evade another facet of his former life. D. Joe's insistence and urgency in unraveling Peter's past and finding the truth are revealed.
Yes, that's your answer. D. So she's trying to dig into the past. She wants to know about this man. Somebody's about to marry her mother. Of course, she wants to know. Good. So, yes, D is correct. I hope you were seeing that. 16. Someone else go quickly.
The best explanation of the significance of that hat as a prop, lines 44 and 52, is that it A. suggests that wearing hats is a part of the cultural dress code in that society. B. indicates that Peter has a sense of humor, and though he appears to not to like Joe. C. provides a striking contrast between the actions and attitudes of Peter and Helen. D. creates a dramatic diversion in the setting by introducing Helen's musical talents.
Good. So a prop is anything that is used on stage to progress this plot, right? So it can be a hat, it can be a book, it could be a stick, it could be a light, something. A prop is anything that is introduced on stage to advance the plot. Good. What are you thinking here? What's the importance of that prop? I'm listening. People are saying C.
C.
Between the actions and the attitude of Peter and Helen. Tell me more. Why C? I don't buy it. They're only talking about the prop, you know. They're only talking about the hat. Go ahead, Gabriel. You don't have to put your hand up. You can just speak.
Um, I think most people chose C because it says the contrast between the actions of and the attitudes of Peter and Helen. Peter was using the hat to make a joke when he took it off of Helen's head, but Helen was more of a serious person about her hats and the way she looked and her dress code, even though Peter was trying to lighten the mood with a bit of humor.
Okay, I see that. Okay, I agree. I tend to agree. But is there anything else? Because the question in English B exam is going to always say best, right? The best one. Suggest that wearing hats in the is part of the culture dress code back then. Who brought the hat? Did Peter bring the hat, or did Ellen bring the hat? Who brought the hat out first?
Helen.
Yeah, I don't see okay. So not so much. I don't want
I
to buy
think
that.
B would be an answer that would be maybe acceptable. Indicates
One.
that Peter has a sense of humor even though he appears not to like Joe, I
And I
guess.
agree. I agree. I agree. I agree with B. And we can't really see C. 17. Can anybody make that out?
Yes, sir.
The statement that Helen makes in line 58, he's got a wallet full of reasons, suggests to the audience that she is A, poor and cultured, B, superficial and humble, C, selfish and materialistic, D, uneducated and thoughtless.
If they had an option to say she's a red woman, that would have been the answer. But in the absence of that, which one is it? She's materialistic, huh? She is materialistic. She's concerned with things. Huh? She's marrying this man not because of what the man can do for her or what she can do for this man, but more only about what she can benefit. She's materialistic, right? Humble? Nah, she's not gonna be humble by doing that. Thoughtless, uneducated. Nothing indicated to us that she was uneducated. So yeah, C is correct. And 18?
Which
Which
of the
of the
following
continue?
which of the following best describes Peter's attitude to where Helen lives? A, respectful and charmed. B, dismissive and arrogant. C, conceited and egotistical. D, resentful and unforgiving.
I wasn't paying attention, sorry. What's that?
Which of the
What's typing?
following best describe Peter's attitude to where Helen lives? A, respectful and charmed. B,
Nah, he basically
dismissive and
called it the
arrogant.
ghetto.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Conceited and egotistical.
Sir, I think he called it the gift of self-preservation.
Not hearing you well.
I think he called the place the ghetto of Calcutta.
Yeah, so not very much respectful and
Not
charmed.
very, yeah.
Conceited and egotistical. He is egotistical, but they ask him about his attitude.
I would say he was
Resentful and unforgiving. What's that?
no, so I think he was dismissive and arrogant.
I agree with you. Dismissive and arrogant. Dismissive and arrogant. 19.
Which of the following could be an appropriate title for the extract? A. Trouble Ahead. B. Welcome Home. C. The Gold Digger. D. Heaven on Earth.
Yeah, C is correct, the red woman.
They say Gold Digger, sir.
Oh, sorry. It's the same thing. It's a synonym. It's a synonym.
But
20.
sir, it says gold diggers with an S. Nice.
No, nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. Why you think because an S is there that changes the whole answer?
Because I
Because it
would
was
say it's
only
plural.
Ellen who was materialistic.
Okay. So what would you have as an alternate? Welcome home?
No, I'm not
I
sure,
would
but
say A. Trouble ahead.
Trouble ahead?
I would say trouble ahead.
Trouble ahead. I see where you're going with it. But I agree. I agree. I agree. I am changing my answer for two reasons. One, not only was Helen the one that we were concerned about, but that attitude displayed by Peter
Joe?
coming down to the end left much to be desired, right? So it seemed as though these two people are not very much compatible. So I would agree with you. Trouble ahead. I agree. I agree. A. Good. 20.
Based on the details of the extract, what is the most likely outcome of the events portrayed? A. Jo will move into another apartment and her mother will reconsider her pending marriage. B. Helen and Peter will live together and Jo will start her job and become financially independent. C. Peter will change his mind and move into the apartment where Helen and Jo are currently living.
Hell
D.
no.
Helen and Jo will have a better relationship and she will join Peter and Helen in their new life together.
Nah, that ain't happening.
B.
What do you think is it?
B.
Yeah. B is they're gonna get married and Joe gonna move on with Sheila. Good. So usually what happens in the exam, one is a very long drama, one is a short one and easier to read. And similarly, the poems, one is a short one and one is a long one. Right? One is easy to read and one is a little difficult. So that's how they try to mix it with level of difficulty. Right? So this is a long poem. Country Pleasures. Let's go.
At 10, I knew nothing about life in the country. The name everyone gave to all places outside a small span of the town. But the mind's brush drew its pictures of streams and waterfalls, bamboo canopies, pastures with grazing cows, ochre, macadam roads, and meadows surrounded by giant salmon and silk cotton trees. I had seen in my school reader. Scattered shadows flecked the scenery the imagination would tease me with. A place where innocence and simplicity abided, in dread of the town. On a school excursion we once rode through in rushing buses, vegetation, I wandered and enthralled, but the days outsped by too fast, taking away fleeting views as swiftly as it ended. I was yet to discover country pleasures. Then my pal, Lennox, asked if I would spend a few days on his grandmother's coffee estate, and my chance had come. But there, on the very first day, I had to ride a donkey's bare back, just shown the way to mount, for me to see the cocoa and coffee acres. Through the trees, streaks of light dappled the ground, their flashes penetrating entwined branches that crowned a twisting track. With a tight, anxious hold on the rope, the makeshift rein, I was pleased to feel myself cope with the jounces and jolts. More relaxed, I raised my head, clicking my eyelids like shutters, snapping pods with red cream white and mustard wavy husk. I saw the motley colored leaves mixed on the trail like a palette, happily absorbing pure country wholesomeness when a low limb of a tree thwacked my forehead and knocked me back. A grim bite on my lips kept howls down my throat, and my hold on the rein stayed firm. Blinded by a shooting flame, through my eyes I clung on and straightened. I called Len's name. Some leaves replied. The day was still in refulgence. Their round sun-made fretwork pattern of luminance still has had its veined, netted mapwork embroidery unshone, while I unnoticed, uninstructed, reeled from that glow. That April day I learned that in radiant rural joys, just as much as in concrete city and its noise, one must expect no guiltless unarmed paradise, when fortune's random truncheon strikes sometimes cries. Go unheard, heeding the heart's behest to be kind. Friends, sometimes miss pain's threshing sounds behind.
All right, good. Question 1.
According to line 47, the image of the country created in the mind of the speaker are A, realistic and judgmental.
Yeah, you're low. You're very low. Let's read that back for us.
According to lines 1 to 7, the images of the country created in the mind of the speaker are A, realistic and judgmental, B, anecdotal and paradoxical, C, simplistic and stereotypical, D, metaphorical and onomatopoeic.
Onomatopoeic. Where is
Onomatopoeic?
Lines 1 to 7. Well, they're just showing that they're using the words to denote sound. Just an adjective for it. 2 to 7. What image you think is created of the countryside here? Waterfalls and streams, bamboo canopies, pastures with cows grazing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah, simplistic and
Simplistic and
stereotypical.
stereotypical.
Yeah, right. 22.
Which of the following best describe the speaker? A. Kind and lonely. B. Engaging and hesitant. C. Naive and trustworthy. D. Inquisitive and observant.
What do you think?
D.
Or
Inquisitive?
D.
D.
And observant.
Why you say inquisitive and observant? What's your proof?
Started this. Yeah.
So Lennox invited her to go to this coffee estate. What makes you think it's inquisitive and observant?
Sir, her depth of explanation.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sir, inquisitive means like to be curious, right? And she was curious
Right.
about how the country was, so
Uh-huh.
she jumped at the first chance she had to go to the
To
country.
go, to go.
Yeah.
Right. And because they also mentioned something to the effect that she has gotten her chance, like that day had finally come, something of that nature. All right. So
Yes.
she was kind of eager to explore. Right? Who's the Yeah, so we'll take D. 23.
Which of the following devices is used in "Through the trees, streaks of light dappled the ground"? Line 20. A. Imagery. B. Oxymoron. C. Symbolism. D. Synod.
No, sympathy.
Synodal.
Strong thing that's sympathy. It's imagery, right? It's imagery. But I want you to understand that imagery is not only when you see something. Imagery involves any of the five or six. How many senses we get? 5 senses? Any of the senses. So it can be sound, it can be vision, it can be taste, it can be smell. Any of the senses that is played upon or highlighted is imagery. It's not necessarily only when you see something. You understand that? Because the exam can bring a line that talks about smell. It's still imagery. Kind of ironic, but yes, that's imagery. It's not just a sight, it's a play on any of the senses. Is that clear?
So I think they will ask about the different types of imagery, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, and that was a question in one of the paper. They can put another word in front of it, visual imagery or something of the effect, right? Good.
Gustatory, auditory, more
Right.
like that.
Great, correct. 24. Let's have a reader there quickly.
The image portrayed in clicking my eyelids like shutters in line 25 is significant mainly because A, the theme of the sleeping and this A states the theme of sleeping and waking. B evokes the idea of softly covering the eye. C captures the movement and sound of opening and closing. D creates the physical appearance and rhythm of a ticking clock.
What do you think? Clicking my eyelids like shutters.
Sir A?
Sleeping and waking?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So what I will tell students to read the line above and the line below. So 25, more relaxed. I raise my head, clicking my eyelids like shutters, tapping pods with red cream, white and mustard wavy husk. Okay. Any other views?
C. Can I say
Yep.
answer?
Yeah. Go ahead. So the answer there is C. Captures the movement and sound of opening and closing. 25.
Which of the following figurative devices are used in a tree twacked my forehead and knocked me back? A.
So the
Paradox.
twacked is what? The twacked is what? Onomatopoeia, all right? So
Onomatopoeia.
right, you hear that sound of what that word is saying, right? So the twacked is that sound. And can the tree twack you on the head? I mean, you're going to choose a wrong answer in the exam, so I can probably have some trees to twack you on your head. But what device is that? The tree doing something that the tree is not able to do. Human qualification.
Personification.
All right. At least everybody knows what personification is. So your answer there is what? D, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
26. Which of the following devices are mainly used by the poet to convey the message? What did the poets use? A lot of
Imagery.
We see couplets, and what is there? Alliteration? Did you see much alliteration? I don't see the alliteration there. Heading hard. I don't see the alliteration, to be honest. But I see lots of image. So do they have imagery there?
Yeah, the quatrains and aurora imagery.
Mm-mm. Rhyming pairs and contrast. Are we seeing contrast? Contrast. Do they compare the country to this city? Do they compare the city to the country?
Sir, there's alliteration.
There is? Well, I saw one, but is there several?
Scroll up, like to the first part.
Shutters and snapping. Yeah, we see that there.
Yeah, you got that. And you have others
Yeah,
with S at the top.
True trees.
The best answer would be the one with the couplets and alliteration.
Couplets.
Yeah.
Scenery scattered. Okay, yeah, we can check, we can take that. Because the others don't. This is when four lines are there in pairs. Rhyming pairs. We don't see a rhyming happening really. Yeah, the best one is C. Is B. B is in boy. All right. Similes, we don't see a lot of those. Right? Good. 27. Speaker's tone.
Which of the following best describes the speaker's tone? A. Objective. B. Instructive. C. Reproachful. And D. Conversational.
What do you think, Fabian?
I would say D.
Yeah, D, conversational. Nothing else there stands out. Right?
Excuse me, sir. How would you describe a conversational tone? Because I'm always confused with that.
It's more of, are they engaging us? Are they, look at how this is written. It's written in the sense that it's like somebody talking to us as to what is happening, walking us through what is happening. We're seeing that as we read this, right? I did this, you did this, he did this. You can see that kind of picture being presented to us here. I call Len's name while I unnoticed, uninstructed. You see that kind of conversation, right? So 28.
Okay, thank you.
Best example of irony. Irony. We talked about this earlier. The title of the poem. What was the title of the poem? Country Pleasures. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's A, the title.
The speaker's donkey ride. Pastoral and rustic landscape. The speaker's ideas about rural folks. Yeah, I would agree with the title. Why the title though?
Sir, because it stated country pleasure, but her experience was nothing compared
Yeah,
to what she got.
very good. Very good. So there she was expecting something peaceful and beautiful, and then she got ride a donkey, and donkey going up and down and up and down, and not like has anybody ever rode a donkey before or a horse?
Yes, sir. It was not fun.
That was not fun. Yeah, yeah. That kind of life is nothing as simplistic as that though. It's something. The donkey has two speeds: the regular run, and then when he starts to jolt, that is prepare yourself. Luck. When I was growing up, my brother and I, we had donkeys and cows and so on. So there I was being curious. I was 7 or 8, and my brother put me on the donkey, and the donkey started running. So there I was, feeling excited and so on. And then out of nowhere, but he was far back, and I was on this donkey way ahead of him. And I'm hearing him say, "Lock your foot." So I'm wondering, what do you mean by that? Lock your foot. I was soon to find out because the donkey started to jolt, right?
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, the donkey ran off with me, and I was like 10 years old, and the donkey ran off with me. I couldn't stop the donkey. He was like, lock your foot and draw the rope, and I was like,
Yeah. So probably everybody knows about that. Well, I didn't know what lock your foot mean. And there was the donkey jolting, and then I went up in the air. And then there was like this ground that had wasn't asphalt, and it wasn't a well-developed road. It was like sand basically. And I don't know if you know what whitey is, those abrasions you get on your skin when you come into contact with a rough surface. Well, I had a lot of whitey all over my back. And from since that day, I've never rode another donkey. Lesson learned. Right? But the pleasures you get from living in the country is pretty much unmatched. Right? So yeah, storytelling. Let's go on. Where are we? 29. Good. Somebody read that one there for us?
in which of the following lines does a change of mood occur? A, of streams and waterfalls, bamboo canopies and pastures. B, a place where innocence and simplicity abided, lines 9 to 10. C, then my pal Lennox asked if I would spend a few days, lines 15 to 16. D, with a tight, obnoxious hold on the rope, lines 22.
This one is a bit easy. Let's see if you'll figure it out though. What do you think?
Yeah, let's see.
Somebody said C.
Is it D?
Why are you saying D, White?
Because that's when the mood shift from being, all happy and calm to being a bit more
Okay.
tense.
Anyone
Sir,
else?
I would think C,
Why, Gabriel?
because that's the moment she got drawn out of the imagination. She's finally going to
Very
experience
good. Very good.
country.
So there she was thinking that, oh, country life is nice and peace and, beautiful. You see canopies of pastures, waterfalls, streams, and bamboo. And then you know what? Is riding the donkey. And so yeah, at this point of C there was a change. All right, good. So yeah, C, I agree with that. And 30.
Based on the last three stanzas of the poem, which of the following statements best expresses one lesson the speaker learned?
Let's go.
Paradise can be found in rural areas, especially on an April day. B, there's a danger in cities, so people must always be on their guard. C, friendships are many, but those formed in the country are best. D, despite the setting, life's experiences will contain joys and sorrows.
What do you think?
I would say the answer is D.
B as in boy.
No, dog.
B as in dog. All right. So anybody agrees with that? So
Yes,
be
sir.
careful in a literature exam. Don't choose stupid answers like A. So you will choose A, April D. I read April somewhere in this thing. That must be the answer. Stupid. Don't do that. Literature exam requires you to do a little more thinking, right? Not because the thing had April Day. That must be the answer, right? There's a danger in cities, so people must always be on their guard. What does that have to do with anything? Friendships are many. Yes, friendships okay. She had a friend in Lennox, but why is this presented as a major lesson? Doesn't make much of a sense. But they're talking about the setting between the city versus that of the country. And they're saying that life's experiences contain both joy and sorrows. So D, our best option. D is in dog. Yard by. Is there a Jamaican on the live to read this for us?
Yes, sir, but I don't like.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
try.
You don't sound very Jamaican though.
Sir.
Sir,
So
me
there
do
is
it.
another Jamaican on here. Let her read.
Go
Me do it,
Shepherd.
sir.
Let's hear you.
Hilma Boywell and his child at last shoulder. I, the skinny weakling, named before on the covers of those comic books he couldn't read. I told my days by the strokes of the axe. Morning after morning, the heart seasoned. By the sweat of his palms, the blade flashing, splitting, wood on the Dover stove. Sundays he rested and polished our shoes. And I polished those words from which nothing accrues to him. And yet, wherever he may be, remembering or not, these words are hand laid, lightly on shoulders that heft so much, and this, I insist, is a tribute.
I like this. Anybody from first read understand what it's saying? It's okay not to understand it. Anybody didn't understand what it's saying at
No,
all?
sir.
Is he comparing himself to the yard boy, the guy who's working at his house?
Anybody else? Because I'm having a different meaning. Anybody else notice anything else?
Sir, that's the same thing. Sir, I think that's the same thing.
I think that's the same thing. I don't know what the same thing is. Anybody else? Can you mean a sentence? What they're getting from this? Fabian?
I was gonna
Benjamin?
say that he is contrasting himself with the yard boy.
Himself. Okay. Not himself. Himself. No, himself. All right. Okay. I got something else, but let's see from a second read. Somebody else read for us. And sometimes you wouldn't get it on the first go. Yes, Gabriel, you read. Gabriel.
Okay.
You get it. You might get it from the first go. So read again, right? And it might be a bit more obvious to you. He
Yes, sir.
yielded my boy world.
Yard boy. He yielded my boy world on his Charles Atlas shoulders. I, the skinny weakling named before, on the covers of those comic books he couldn't read. I told my days by the strokes of the axe, morning after morning the haft seasoned, by the sweat of his palms, the blade flashing, splitting wood
Pay
on the
attention,
Dover
guys.
stove.
Pay attention. You see, based on how
Sundays,
you read, 1 minute, Gabriel. Based on how you read, you will understand these poems, right? So be careful in the exam. Don't just read for reading's sake, but try to understand what you're reading. Continue.
Sundays he rested and polished our shoes, and I polished these words, from which nothing accrues to him, and yet, wherever he may be, remembering or not, these words are hands laid lightly on shoulders that hefted so much, and this, I insist, is a tribute.
Good. What do you got it from that, Gabriel? Let me see if you're on.
Sir, I think he used to work for them. He used to polish their shoes, cut the woods in the morning that would wake the boy up. I'm thinking he may have died or he may have went away, and he's now going back on those times where he used to know the guy who used to work for him. So he's now talking about or pushing forward a tribute to him,
Anybody
saying
else?
if he ever remembered those times.
Anybody else? So, two things. One, this is obviously some man, some male figure, could be a father, could be a servant, who this growing child is somewhat emulating, right? Obviously, it's a hard worker. It's somebody that was doing, I don't want to say hand to mouth work, but who was doing the hard, laborious work in the yard.
I think it's someone he admired.
Somebody that he admired.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying? Yes, I gathered that too. Right. And most importantly, what you're noticing also here is that sense of responsibility. On Sunday, he rested and polished our shoes. This is indicating to us, or hinting to me at least, that this is a father figure that was busy working, yeah, and he bought books for them, books that he couldn't read, but he bought books for them nonetheless, and working hard with axe, hard working man, and sweating profusely. And then when he's busy doing all of the work he has done, on a Sunday, he rested and prepared them for school. Why is the shoes important? School, right? And I polished these words. So now this person has grown up and they're writing now as a tribute. And the tribute is when you dedicate a piece of writing to someone. And he's making a tribute now for this person that has grown him or that brought him and raised him into this person that he is. We are saying he, probably because I'm a bit sexist, but it could be a female persona here, right? Good. So let's go into it. Boy, oh, yeah, I'm justified. My boy world. Yeah. So the boy, right? So the young man emulating the man. Good. In creating the word boy world, the poet portrays an image that, let's read. Anybody saw that kind of reasoning? Anybody saw that kind of?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. In creating?
In creating the word, oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
In creating the word, boy word, line 1, the poet portrays an image that A, suggests distance between the boy and the person he admired. B, gives the impression that the speaker is observing the actions of the boy. C, connotes the idea that boys play a significant role in the lives of their elders. D, invokes the pleasant memories associated with a boy's childhood experiences.
Very good. What do you think?
D.
Yep, I agree. D. People are saying A. Let me see why. Suggest a distance between the boy and the person. No, 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 no. That I can see that being an answer if they were more fascinated about the boy's life, if the boy was describing the world of the man as well as his own world. But they spend quite a bit of a time explaining the role of this individual and what their situation was. So I would say D, right? D is in dog. 32.
In which of the following examples is the poet use of contrast most evident?
So when you hear contrast, I like to tell my students, you think of black next to white, right? Black next to white, good next to evil, opposite things placed next to each other, side by side, right? So where are you seeing contrast here? Let's go.
1, the illiterate worker and the speaker. 2, the skinny speaker and the muscled worker. 3, work days and weekdays.
I like this one. It's going to push you to think. What do you think?
1 and 2.
Illiterate worker and the speaker. Yeah, you saw that the man couldn't read. The man couldn't read books, right? But the speaker could. So we see that there. We see the skinny speaker and the muscled worker. Yeah, we see that there definitely. But what about the work days and weekends?
Sir, it says work days and weekdays.
Oh, weekdays.
There's no difference.
Good,
it's a similarity.
Good one there. Good one there. I saw weekends. Because I was going to hint to you at the Sunday's events versus the Monday and the weekdays kind of situation, right? Good. But yeah, work days, weekdays. Good. So two best fit. But don't if these questions come back, they can change. The options can change, right? We have seen that quite a few times in the past, right? So don't just take it everything as what we've looked at. Read them back. There could have been some alterations to them. 33. Come on, guys.
The effect of the image in line 7 to 9, I told my days by the strokes of the axe, morning after morning, is that it A. Develops rhyme and hyperbole. B. Evokes the idea of social mobility. C. Contrast with the sound of the axe and words. D. Conveys the idea of steady rhythmic movement.
All right, let's read back that 7 to 9. Told my days by the stroke of the axe, morning after morning, the half seasoned. What are you asking you for? The effect of the image created there. Develop the rhyme and hyperbole, evokes the idea of social mobility, contrasts the sound of the accent words, conveys the idea of steady rhythmic movement. What do you think?
Sir, D.
Okay, anyone else?
D.
Yeah, nothing else there. It wouldn't be as if they're asking you for a device, they would plain out ask you for the device. They're asking you for an effect. So you have to do some sort of interpreting here, right? The only one that interprets is this one here. Well, B interprets too, but the best one is D. And this is the same what I'm telling you there. They would ask if they want a device, it was plain out ask you for a device. The figurative device half seasoned by the sweat of his palms. The sweat of his palms. It's an example of what?
Is it metaphor?
So what?
I'm not sure, but the other options seem weird.
Okay, anybody else?
Sir, I would say personification. I'm not sure why. Well, I'm not sure why I didn't choose metaphor, but personification gives more human-like forms to the sweat, being
No,
seasoning the
but
heart of the axe. I'm not sure why I just chose that.
no, but for you to have personification, you must be saying that
It's giving
the
human-like qualities to something that is
to something non-human. Are you seeing that there? Is that presented to us there? It's not. It's
no.
not.
So you
So it's
have the
Right?
metaphor?
Is it onomatopoeia? Do we see or any words
No.
presenting to us? No. Metaphor. What is the comparison then? Tell me.
because they say the half is seasoned by his sweat, but it's not literally being seasoned, but it's being like doused in sweat. So this is why they use a metaphor to like.
So comparison is being made to the two things without using like or as. That's correct.
Oh yeah,
Metaphor.
okay.
Okay.
Which of the following? Come on.
Which of the following effect is created in the image? Blades flashing, splitting wood in line 12 to 13. A. The glint of the axe, its sharpness, and the wood falling into pieces upon impact. B. The spear of the axe and its ability to split the wood into many pieces. C. A comparison of sharpened steel with the sunlight and the
I don't know if you have an eye problem or so, but I don't think you're reading this thing correctly.
So it's not terrifying?
You said B just now?
No, it's C. And that's I reading C.
Eat your food. Somebody else read this thing.
Which of the following effects is created in the image blade flashing, splitting wood, lines 12 to 13? A. The glint of the axe, its sharpness and the wood falling into pieces upon impact. B. The lightning speed of the axe and its ability to split the wood into many pieces. C. A comparison of sharpened steel with the sunlight and the swinging of the axe. D. A contrast between the unsteady movement of the axe and the sharpened blade.
What do you think? So C doesn't include the option of the wood, right? So that one is out. But it's a good piece of writing. D says the contrast between the unsteady movement. That doesn't include, again, the idea of that there. A, glint of the axe, sharpness, and the wood falling into pieces upon impact. Lightning speed. Is there anything that talk about lightning, about the quickness of it?
No, I think it would be A.
No. So A is the best thing. A as in ant. 36.
Line 15. And I polish these words is effective primarily because it A. Indicates a change of speaker and theme. B. Highlights the change from the past to the present. C. Divides the poem into two parts to enable better reading. And D, prepares the reader for the conclusion of the issue.
What do you think?
B.
Very good. B is correct. Highlighted change from the past to the present. Very good. Next. The reference to polished, and the polish in line 15. Significant because they, look at 14. Sunday rested and polished our shoes, and I polished these words. What is the significance of that? A, somebody read for us.
A suggests the development of the conflict over the passage of time. B, show that manual or intellectual roles are not always of equal value or merit. C, highlight the contrasting task of the speaker and the yard boy or manual worker. D, document the present and past actions of the speaker in an effort to celebrate work.
What do you think?
D.
Okay, anybody else?
B, C.
Anybody else? B sounds good. Show that the manual or intellectual roles are not always of equal value or merit. Right? It's a good use of words, but it doesn't highlight specifically what was happening there. Suggested development.
I said C.
Contrast by.
Sir, can I explain why I chose D?
Sure, go ahead.
It says document the present and past actions of the speaker in an effort to celebrate work. Remember that the speaker is writing a tribute towards the person who used to work with them or work to build them. And therefore he wrote he wrote one line before the other saying that he polished these shoes and now I polish these words.
Very
so
good.
I'm saying that, yeah, he was celebrating him and appreciating the work he's done for them.
Anybody else wants to justify their answer?
Sir, I think it's A, but I don't really like their use of the word conflict. I think
And
it's
that's
A
what you will find. That's what you will find. Sometimes a one word will throw your answer off, even though you like that answer a lot. All right? So you gotta be careful with that. But let's hear your reasoning.
I think that's the answer because it says suggests the development of the conflict over the passage of time. The man the boy is speaking about, so used to polish his shoes, but now that the boy is grown, he gets to say his part of the story and show his appreciation with his use of the word polish.
But there's no conflict.
Yeah.
The word conflict takes away from that, right? So just a one word interpretation can affect you in the exam. D is your best option there. Present and past. This is what makes it the strongest option. Present and past. Polishing then was literal. Polishing now is more figurative. So the present and past action celebrating work. Both persons are working, but he was working hard then. This one is working intellectually now. All right, so it's a present past kind of picture being painted for us. Very good reasoning there. 38, stanza 1 and 2 are connected primarily what? Stanza 1 and 2, what's happening before to what's happening now, right? So let's see what they have here. Book covers and tributes, sweaty palms and blades. Stanza 1 and 2 are connected primarily through the extended ideas related to book covers and tributes, sweaty palms and blades. hands and sharpened axe, Sundays and polished shoes. What do you think? Like y'all sleeping?
Sir, Sundays and polished shoes?
Okay, anybody else? But it says C, hands and sharpened axe, sweaty palm and blades, book covers and tributes. I will give it to D indeed. Sunday and polished shoes. What have been a better options if they had put something from stanza 1 together with something from stanza 2 to give us a better idea, right? But these songs the most acceptable. 39. And yet, wherever he may be, remembering or not, the speaker can best be described as. How do you describe the speaker? Critical, regretful, reflective and hopeful, nostalgic, worried, whimsical, and relaxed. What do you think?
E.
Sir, somebody asked a
Reflective.
question on the previous question.
How would the Sundays come in? Was it not mentioned? Was it not referenced? Sunday we rested, polished
Yeah,
our
but how
shoes.
does it connect both stanzas?
All right. What's happening on Sundays? They arrested polished shoes. I am getting, remember, this is an intellectual. This is a person who went to school, who wrote, all right? Remember, we hinted earlier that on Sunday, this father figure is preparing for school. So when he's preparing them for school, all that he has done here is setting them up for what is happening next. And what's happening next is this education that this person here is getting. So I'm thinking that Sunday is the best fit with the polished shoes, because it's the polished shoes and with what happened on Sunday that prepared this speaker, this persona, for what their future was, which is this education that they're writing with this tribute, right? So, yeah.
Okay,
Somebody was saying something relating to this one. 39, somebody was saying something. Can't remember. Is it regretful? Is he regretting? And yet, wherever he may be, that shows that he was not very sure what happened to this father figure. Remembering or not, saying or not. What
I
do you
think
think?
it's a bit regretful that he's
Regretful?
writing this tribute because he did get a chance to thank or acknowledge the worker for his jobs.
Regretful. Okay, I see your reasoning, but I don't agree with it. Anybody else? Somebody says C.
Sir,
Nostalgic, very nostalgic, yeah. But worried because you have the word remembering or not, wherever you may be, worried. I don't get that. Somebody was saying something just now?
Sir, reflective and hopeful?
Yeah, I agree with that. Reflective and hopeful. Reflecting is definitely reflecting. You remember what used to happen when you was a child. So it's definitely reflecting. Nostalgic is the same word as well. But the difference is that hopeful and worried, they don't fit. Forte.
Which of the following lines best expresses the main idea of the poem? A. Strokes of the axe, line 8. B. Morning after morning, line 9. C. I polish these words, line 15. D. Is a tribute, line 24.
This is a nice one. What do you think is the most significant line?
D, sir.
Yep, D is correct. D is correct. is a tribute. Yeah, good. That's that. So we go into our short stories now. It can be a little lengthy. Well, let's go. Who's reading for us?
The spoiler. I'll always remember him as a spoiler. Let me try to tell you what he spoiled. It was a Saturday afternoon. The sun was singing and the light went bouncing off the white sand, then pushed itself up the beach in a long, loose, tumbling curl of white foam. Monty, Pomp, and Fishhead were bobbing up and down in the sea and pelting each other with a hard rubber ball. I wanted to be out there with them, but Mummy told me to stay inside and get ready for the guest. He arrived at 1 from the airport in a taxi. A halo of gloom slipped out of the taxi with him and accompanied him up our front step and into our living room, and hung over his head as he collapsed on the sofa. I carried his suitcases out through the kitchen door and into the cottage. Then I came back and asked Mommy if it was all right for me to go and play now. Stay a bit, she said. This is Mr. Marcus, Arula's Roop Singh. Call me Marcus Arulis, ma'am, he said, and hung his head. Spoiler. He sank into the sofa with great weight of his tiredness and gloom. You're our first guest for the season, said Mummy. It's very quiet in the cottage. You can have a rest then. Boy here can take you down to the beach later for a swim. Mr. Roop Singh rose shakily, mouth twitching, head jerking. I led him out to the cottage. What? I led him out to the cottage Mommy had prepared in the backyard for him. Mommy would not let me join the boys, even after Mr. Roop Singh had gone to rest. I may need you, she said. I went and sat on the back veranda. I could see Monty, Pomp, and Fishhead still in the sea. It was mid-afternoon, before he came over to the main house for his lunch. I was getting angrier and angrier. Mommy and I sat with him while he doodled with the fork in his plate of stewed red fish and boiled breadfruit. You look upset, Mr. Roop Singh, said Mommy. If I only tell you, answered Mr. Roop Singh. I need rest bad. You all got Baku on this island? Baku? Asked Mommy innocently. Back in my country, everybody say how my neighbor, Mr. Granger, got this spirit, a Baku. How he does keep it corked down tight in a green bottle. This Baku passed down from father to son to grandson. It looked like a little man with an old face, but most of the time, it stay invisible. And you best don't let it get out of that bottle. If it only gets out, trouble. What kind of trouble, Mr. Roop Singh? I asked. One afternoon, I see this green bottle on my front step, and I know Granger must be put it there so he could get rid of it. I pick up the bottle careful and go to the fence to tell Granger to take back his bottle. But I was trembling so bad. The bottle fall on a stone and break. Lord, ever since that afternoon, no peace. Stones pelting me house like war going on. Dishes tumbling down and breaking. One morning on the stove, I see a pot of pepper pot that I certainly didn't cook. His whole body shook, as if he had ague. I couldn't take it no more. Miss Haynes, I lock up that house and I came to this island for a rest. My nerves gone. Glancing down the way. All right, Mr. Roop Singh, I said to him. Let me take you for a sea bath. Glancing down the beach, I saw a few people in the water, but Monty, Pump, and Fishhead had gone. We walked down to the beach, and then I led him into the water. He entered it fearfully on tiptoe. Mr. Marcus Arulus Rup Singh had ruined my afternoon. Spoiler. Tonight I'm going to sleep well. I know it. Guess why? One thing about Baku, it can't cross seawater. I safe here on your island. The midnight sky was filled with the light of the full moon. I crouched in the yard, near the back door of the cottage, a small pile of stones at my feet. I drank the moonlight. I sucked in the perfume of the lady of the night. I was lightheaded. Reaching past my throat with my voice, I fetched up such a howl that I frightened myself. And at the same time, I slung 2 stones over the cottage so that they fell on the galvanized iron roof. They made a terrible clatter as they struck the roof. The peace and beauty of the night were shattered. A window was flung open, and Mr. Roopsing stood at the window in the moonlight. He could not see me behind the clump of Lady of the Night. The Baku! He screamed. The Baku! The thing followed me. Mercy! You see how this thing crossed the Atlantic? I could not stop myself. I howled. I lobbed stones, stone after stone, stone after stone. He leaned through the window and screamed. He was in utter terror. I slithered away from the bush, crept low as a snake past the kitchen of the cottage, till I stood below my own open bedroom window. I pulled myself up and over the window sill and crept into bed. I could still hear Mr. Roopsing screaming.
That's a good one. All right, good. The first person narration. So when you see first person narration, they mention I, me, my, things like that. And why would first person be important? Telling a story from first hand shows some sort of intimacy with what's ongoing, right? All right, so let's read. Somebody read the first question there for us. I see our numbers are going down.
The first person narration is particularly effective in the extract because it A, objectively projects the child's voice as inauthentic, impersonal, and detached. B, subjectively maintains a distance so the narrator notes certain things about himself. C, helps readers experience the child's growing frustration and his desire for revenge. D, shows that the narrator is all-knowing, shifting consciousness from himself to the visitor and his mother.
What do you think?
C.
Yep, I agree. C, the readers helps the readers experience the child's growing frustration and desire for revenge. For the two.
The statement, I'll always remember him as a spoiler. Let me try to tell you what he spoiled. Line 1 suggests that the A story is told by a hopeless adult narrator who is deeply troubled. B, child narrator is self-aware, articulate, and directly engage the audience. C, child narrator relates how he avenged himself on his friends for spoiling his day. D, adult narrator is self-centered and unconcerned about how he spoiled the protagonist's day.
What do you think?
Just a bit. See?
Is it for on his friends? On his friends?
It could be D, right?
Sir B.
Yes, D. He was observed. He didn't care about much of what anybody else was feeling. So this is not this single word here. The friends is what I'm gonna throw C off, right? So look for those single word to change your answers, right? For the three. Somebody, come on, don't get tired of me now.
Which of the following statement best describes the meaning of a halo of gloom slipped out of the taxi with him and accompanied him up our front step and into our living room and hung over his head as he collapsed onto the sofa. Line 79. A. Gloom is a symbol representing the auditory imagery which came with the visitor across the Atlantic to a new country. B. Gloom is personified with kine- kinesthetic, kinesthetic imagery and the virtual attribute as it hovers above the visitor and goes with him everywhere. C. The visitor's traumatic supernatural experience, which had which he had left behind in his home country, is an anecdote. Is an
Anecdote.
anecdote for the brightly colored halo that is present. D. The visitor's relaxation on the sofa showed his relief at being always gloom, which is characterized as a humorous, exaggerated cal- caricature of his feeling.
I see Adam Webb has joined us in the comment section on the live.
Oh,
All right, yeah, where are we? It's a lot of words. So those lengthy responses is similar to what we talked about already. A single word can throw it off. For example, this one here, auditory imagery, that's throwing it off. So that A there, out the window, right? So look for those one words that can throw an answer off, right? So let's have this one. Somebody else read this question for us. Which of the following statements best describe?
Which
Where
of
would
the
you?
following statements best describes the meaning of a halo of gloom slipped out of the taxi with him and accompanied him up our front step and into our living room and hung over his head as he collapsed on the sofa? Lines 7 to 9. A. Gloom is a symbol representing the auditory imagery which came with the visitor across the Atlantic to a new country. B. Gloom is personified with kinesthetic imagery and visual attributes as it hovers above the visitor as it goes with him everywhere. C. The visitor's traumatic supernatural experiences, which he left behind in his home country, is an anecdote for the brightly colored halo that is present. D. The visitor's relaxation on the sofa shows his relief at being away from the gloom, which is characterized as a humorous, exaggerated caricature of his feelings.
What do you think?
So I'm not sure, but I would go with D.
And D would be correct. And D would be correct. The closest one other than that is C. But why not C? This last, everything here is fine, right? If they had gone on to say something like, we can't escape supernatural or beliefs, something like that would have made it perfect, right? But no, that one is not it. So there's this guy thinking that, you know what, I finally gotten rid of this Baku. I'm finally free. All right, and then somebody had some other plans for him. All right, so that one is out. So yeah, D is your answer. 4 out of 4. That's too literal, man. B is too literal. Mm. Literature, you have to do a little bit more figurative, almost more understanding rather than choosing a plain, unless they're asking for something literal, the answer is not literal, right? 4 out of 4. Somebody else?
During the lunchtime dialogue between the narrator's mother and her guest, the impression created of Marcus Aurelius is that he
He's
is
very
A.
superstitious, right? Yeah, he's superstitious. Skeptical
That
and
he
greedy?
is A, superstitious and wearied by the challenges of his life. B, skeptical and greedy, keen to demonstrate his wealth and wit for all to see. C, shrewd and suspicious of others' success manipulating their vulnerability. D, easygoing and sensitive, easily accepting the influence of the supernatural.
What do you think?
D,
Accepting the influence of supernatural. Think again.
A.
Yeah, he is very superstitious, and his superstition is really affecting him. Imagine you change a whole city just because you want to rid yourself of that thought. Huh? Fortify. Let's hear some new voices now.
The imagery in the midnight sky was filled with the light of the full moon. I crouched in the yard. I drank the moonlight. I sucked in the perfume of the lady of the night. I was lightheaded. Lines 48 to 50 is effective because it A. Personifies boy's actions as an animal since he behaves like one. B. Presents boy as a jovial character whose actions, though humorous, lack purpose. C. Contrasts boy's personality with the visitors, showing how the situation, how change setting from day to night negatively impacts their actions, reinforces boy's growing tension, paralleling his state of mind to drunkenness when he expresses himself as a frustrated avenger.
What do you think? It definitely wouldn't lack purpose. It's not gonna be B. What are you saying, Josh?
C.
C is in cat.
Yes, sir.
So he's contrasting the personalities of the visitor and boys, showing how the change in setting from day to night negatively impact their actions. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else awake? Answer is D.
D.
God. Yeah. There you come waking up telling me D like if you were listening to D.
For which number?
4 to 5. Thank you for waking up.
Sir, me did wait, but when me press the mic, it never did a press.
Sure, never did a press. 4 to 6. The narrator's character could best be described as what?
Sir, tolerant and mischievous.
Yeah, very good. Tolerant and mischievous, right? 4 to 7.
The
Come on, guys.
narrator.
Don't chicken out on me now. At least let's finish this paper. Come on.
The narrator comments on the visitor's arrival, his conversations, and his response to the events to suggest that Marcus Aurelius' attitude conceals social and cultural traditions. Chaotic home life has brought on anxiety and depression. Spiritual turmoil makes him appear helpless and superstitious.
3 definitely in there. 3 is definitely in there.
Yeah.
But what else? His home life.
2,
His home life has brought him anxiety and depression.
anxiety and depression.
It's like going crazy. Definitely, that's there. What about A? Attitude conceals social and cultural traditions. Say yes, because yes, right? So all three of them. 48. I slithered. You don't have to see anything else there. I slithered. What is that? Come on.
Is it metaphor? Comparing himself to a snake?
Mm, okay. Anyone
If it's
else?
not that, it's onomatopoeia.
Somebody says
Own-
simile. Somebody is not there.
Sir, onomatopoeia.
Metaphor.
The big word. Anyone else?
Metaphor,
Onomatopoeia.
sir.
Metaphor.
It's going to be metaphor or onomatopoeia. Which one is it?
Metaphor.
Metaphor.
Why not onomatopoeia?
Because slithered isn't exactly the sound of the movement of snakes. It's just the action.
Not quite correct. Slither does evoke a kind of sound like movement, right? Similar to splash, right? So which one is it?
Sir, me I stick to me metaphor.
And you would be sticking to the correct answer indeed, right? So the action of slittering away and the idea of the bush is creating kind of a comparison between himself and a snake.
Sir, further down in the line, they did compare it to a snake, I think.
Right, the
Further
bush.
down in the story.
Good. So yes, C is correct. The conflict experienced by boy is what? Is it an external conflict or is it an internal conflict? Is it an actual conflict between two persons? If it's not, then it's internal. What do you think?
C, sir.
So it's internal. Yep, definitely.
B.
B, flashback. No, the conflict was happening right now. The conflict is not happening. The story was told to us as a flashback through the guest, but the conflict, boy, he is having some problems right now because of what this man has done, right? So C is your best fit there. And lastly, fifth, the major theme of the excerpt is that what? Differences in beliefs that trigger a need for revenge, corrupting power of the Caribbean folk customs, heritage of the European colonism versus culture, tension of race, gender, class in the West Indian Caribbean. What do you think?
B, sir.
Corrupting. I don't like the word corrupting, but yeah, the best fit there is B as in boy, right? Race, gender, class, there's too much. They're playing on that too much. All of that was not presented there. An everyday use. Let's read through this one quickly. This should be the shorter one, is it? Somewhat. Somewhat. Who's gonna read this one for us? Let's have a nice spicy read, just like we had that one there just now. Somebody? Anybody?
Everyday use. I will wait for her in the yard that Maggie and I made, so clean and wavy, yesterday afternoon. A yard like this is more comfortable than most people know. It is not just a yard, it is like an extended living room. Maggie will be nervous until after her sister goes. She will stand hopelessly in corners, homely and ashamed of the burn and scars down her face, arms, and legs. Eyeing her sister with a mixture of envy and awe, she thinks her sisters ha- she thinks her sisters has held life always in the palm of one hand. That no was was a word the world never learned to say to her. How do I look, Mama? Maggie says, showing just enough of her thin body, enveloped in pink skirt and red blouse, for me to know she's there, almost hidden by the door. Come out into the yard, I say. Have you ever seen a lame animal? Perhaps a dog run over by some careless rich enough to own a car. Lila, give me a second. Uh, give me a second.
We continue.
Slide up to someone who is ignorant enough to be kind to him. That is the way my Maggie walks. She has been like this, chin on her chest, eyes on the ground, feet in shuffle, ever since the fire that burned the other house to the ground. How long ago was it that the other house burned? 10, 12 years? Sometimes I could still hear the flames and feel Maggie's arms sticking up to me, her hair smoking, and her dress falling off her in little black papery flakes. Indeed, I see her standing off under the sweet gum tree she used to dig gum out of. A look of concentration on her face as she watched the last dingy gray boards of the house fall in towards the red hot brick chimney. Why don't you do a dance around the ashes? I'd wanted to ask her. She had hated the house that much. I used to think she hated Maggie too, but that was before we raised the money. The church and me to send her to Augusta to school. She used to read to us without pity, forcing words, lies, other folks' habits, whole lives upon us too, sitting trapped and ignorant underneath her voice. She washed us in a river of make-believe, burned us with a lot of knowledge we didn't necessarily need to know. She wanted nice things, a yellow organdy dress to wear to her graduation from high school, black pumps to match a green suit she made from an old suit somebody gave me. She was determined to stare down any disaster in her efforts. When she comes, I will meet, but there they are. Maggie attempts to make a dash for the house in her shuffling way, but I, but I stay with, but I stay her with the hand. Come back here, I say, and she stops and tries to dig a well in the sand with her toe. It is hard to see them clearly though through the strong sun, but even the first glimpse of leg out of the car tells me it is thee. Her feet were always neat looking, as if God himself had shaped them with a certain style. From the other side of the car comes a short, stocky man. Hair is all over his head, a foot long and hanging from his chin like a kinky mule tail. Well, I say, thee? No, mama, he says, not thee. Wangaro Liwanti Wangaro Liwanika Kimanjo. What happened to thee? I wanted to know. She's dead, Wangaro said. I couldn't bear it any longer, being named after people who oppressed me. You know as well as me you named after your aunt Sissy? I said. Gracie my sister. She named thee. How do you pronounce this name? I asked. You don't have to call me by it if you don't want to, said one girl. Why shouldn't I? If that's what you want us to call you, we'll call you. Ream it out again? Well, soon we got the name out of the way.
All right, good. Narration is point of view. Which narrative point of view is used in the extract? First person we know is I, me, my, you. You would be second person. Third person would be what? What's third person narration? He, she, they, them. Good. So what's happening here? What the narrative point of view is used?
First person?
Correct. Second, 52nd question is what? Depiction?
The depiction of Maggie's walk as a lame animal, perhaps a dog, run over by some careless person rich enough to be kind to him, lines 10 to 11, can be best described as an effort to contrast both sisters, B, a sarcastic attack on Maggie's challenges, C, a true and sad observation regarding Maggie's self-esteem, D, a rationalization of the differences between the rich and the poor.
What do you think?
C.
True and sad
D, a
observation.
true and sad observation regarding Maggie's self-esteem.
Why the self-esteem?
So I would say it's when she was asking to come out in her pink skirt and
10 and
not
11.
sure.
Let's start. Have you seen? Read for me.
Have you ever seen a lame animal, perhaps a dog, run over by some careless rich person, rich enough to own a car, sidle up to someone who is ignorant enough to be kind to him? That is the way my Maggie walks. She has been like this, chin on chest, eyes on the ground, feet in shuffle. Yeah, that's the way a person walks with low self-esteem. Ever since the fire that burned the other house down.
That
Yeah.
sounds very personal there, man. How you know that's how people walk with low self-esteem?
Sir,
That's
it's
deep.
it's
We
the
not gonna
body.
question you. It's okay. It's okay. We're not gonna question you. EC, good. 53. Who's the narrator?
The mother?
You think?
Yeah. He said Maggie. Maggie.
Oh, Maggie.
Maggie's mom.
Right. Good, the mother. 54.
According to the narrator, how does Dee need to react when their first house burned down to the ground? A. Hopeful. B. Distracted. C. With hatred. D. Almost joyful.
D, almost joyful.
Yeah, she hated the house, right? So D, dog. Uh-huh. Oh, hi, Raj. Eczema.
The narrator reveals Maggie's feelings about her sister primarily through A. Direct allusion to family ancestors, B. The description of Maggie's physical appearance, C. Analysis provided by the mother's description, and D. The depiction of significant differences between them.
What do you think? Narrator reveals Maggie's feelings about her sister primarily through what? Direct allusion to the family ancestors, description of Maggie's physical appearance, analysis provided by the mother's description, or depiction of the significant differences between them. Yeah, D is correct.
Which one, C? Sir, which one did you say was correct?
D, dog.
Why would you say that?
Are they comparing Maggie? Remember how they were talking about how the young lady walked? Weren't you the person that read it and said that's how somebody with low self-esteem walks? Was it you?
No, it wasn't me.
Wasn't you, it was somebody else. All right, compared to how they. Sorry?
Sir, it was me.
What would you choose as your answer, Gabrielle?
Could you go back to the places again? I'd like to reread the places. So I would say it's a significant differences.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because the long Wanjera name was a daughter who I didn't really. I think
All right,
she's
so
more
one,
confident while Maggie literally walks
right.
with her chin
So
in her chest.
very good. So this one here is showing low self-esteem because of how she walked. And this one here is more confident with the name in that she wants to be called, or he wants
Yeah,
to be called.
she was more upfront and social.
Right. Good. 56. We gotta try and push it out if we're gonna try and touch another paper. So that's why I'm trying to hurry it up a little bit. 56.
What can be inferred from lines 20 to 22? Forcing words, lies, other folks' habits. We didn't necessarily need to know. A. Education provides people with useful options. B. In some ways, these educations improve their family values. C. Education might sometimes be effective in improving people's lives. D. Through her education, D has the tools to make her family feel inferior to her.
That's deep. 2022, is it? Let's see, 2022. When she was going to school there, yeah, she used to read to us without pity. Key. Read quickly. So you already see from the first line. She traveled to a foreign school. She used to read to us without pity, forcing words, lies, other people's habits, whole lives upon us too. Sitting trapped and ignorant. What ignorant means? Lacking knowledge, right? So which one is your best fit? D is actually the best one. 57.
The dialogue in lines 33 to 40. Well, Reem.
Gotta go back up to that. That's a little lengthy. So, well, oh, this was a name story. I think we can answer that. Let's go back. Mm-hmm. Good. Sir Stewart. Come on.
Sir, could you go back to lines 33 to 40?
You want to read the lines? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Read from, well, I say D.
Well, I say D. No, Mama, she says. Not D. Wanjero liwanika kemanjo. What happened to D? I wanted to know. She's dead, Wanjero said. I couldn't bear it any longer, being named after people who oppressed me. You know as well as me you was named after your Aunt DC. I said, DC is my sister. She named D. How do you pronounce this name? I asked. You don't have to call me by it if you don't want to, said Wanjero. Why shouldn't I? If that's what you want us to call you, we'll call you. Ream it out again? Well, soon we... Wait, well, ream it out again?
It's 34 to 4. That's part of one.
Yeah,
One.
there's still...
What do you think?
Communicate as the theme of parental authority.
Foreshadow improve family interactions, intensify conflict, deepening the confrontation, foreshadow that financial advancement is C is in cat.
It's C.
Any other views? Nah, A is out, not A. Somebody said A. No. C. C is correct.
C is correct? Okay.
D decides to change her given name. And now that's what happens when people become educated, you know. Chiefly because what? A, read.
She did not like her given name because it was not sophisticated. B. Is proud of her family traditions, rural origins, and cultural heritage. C. Feels it is a slave name and a reminder of domination and cruelty. D. Has discovered that her African roots are incompatible with her lifestyle.
What do you think?
Sir, I think C.
Anyone else? Good. C. 59.
Which statement best captures what is being said about mother-daughter relationships? A. The mother-daughter relationship is complex but strong. B. The relationship between a mother and each of her daughters is the same. C. The mother-daughter bond is strengthened by the mother's acceptance of the daughter's boyfriend. D. The emotional connection between mother and daughter is enhanced by education and family history.
What do you think? I wasn't paying attention there, sorry. Let's go just. Yeah, I agree with A. A is a good one. Why? Why do you think it's strong? Anybody? You see, even though the child wants to be called one name, the mother is not dismissive of that and demanding to call her another name. But the mother is asking her for her reasoning. So that gives some sort of deep connection between the two. All right. Any other views here? No.
No,
Boyfriend.
sir.
Connection to daughter and answer to education family. A, good. Fifth and sixth to now. Which of the following symbols in the extract represents family heritage and trauma? Family heritage and trauma. The house, right? Good. Very good. D as in dog. Good. So we are done with that. We are going to do. We're gonna take a break, couple 5 minutes break. While we take that break, let's chat with the persons on the line. Tell me where you guys from. We have looked at May, June 2023 there. Now we are going to go look at May, June 2022. And hopefully between these two papers, at least 2 or 3 of these can come back tomorrow. Mind you, I'm cautioning you, don't go to the exam thinking that, oh, all of these questions are going to come back. English B is notorious to be difficult, where you come out of the exam and you feel as though you don't know what the hell just happened there. All I'm asking you to make sure you read carefully, try to answer as clearly as possible, reason your answers out rather than just choose one, and you should be totally fine. Yep, so where are you guys from?
So, well, my name is Gabrielle Booth and I'm from Jamaica.
Okay, from which part of Jamaica?
Clarendon.
Okay. As the ghetto or no?
Yeah, the country.
is how she comes to accept that, right?
No.
All right. Shadrach, I see you're laughing. I'm like, where are you from?
Yeah, I know.
Sounds like Buxton.
So Parfait Harmony,
The residential area, right?
very residential.
Very residential. That's what they all say. Who else we have with us? Abihu. Sounds like a nice name. St. Anne, I guess, is Jamaica, right? Oh, we have somebody from St. Vincent. Nice, nice. Where else we have? Trinidad and Tobago. Okay. We have some GT Passe.
Hi, my name is Kaiden. I'm from Georgetown.
Why? The things we want to say, we can't say it.
Good night, sir.
We have to be the Caribbean is watching. Anyway, good. All right, let's take a stretch, drink a glass of water, and let's come back and go into some more questions. Hopefully, this is, if you notice how the English B exam is, the first part is a little okay, but as you come down with so much reading, if you're not focused, you can just get tired and start choosing random answers. So be careful in the exam. That should be your trick. You should be careful with that. Possibly because of that trick there, you might want to do the extensive reading in the exam first. So do the back part first and then come to the front, which should be easier. There may be a little trick there to make sure you get those back part questions correct. We have somebody from St. Kitts. That's good. Hi, hi. Lots of Jamaican. Jamaican like free things, you know. Them Jamaicans all over this chat. Always.
Sir.
Year after year. Good. So let's go see what's happening with Sylvia and Grandma. I want to be Grandma. So pick your poison. Let me grab some water and then we will start.
Sir, I'm Sylvia.
Who's Henry? Who's narrator?
Henry.
Let me see. Kezia Johnson, you're very quiet tonight. What happened? She's shy. She doesn't want to talk in the Caribbean class. Brianna, you good?
Yes, sir.
How was the exam today?
It was very challenging, but I completed the paper.
Look on the bright side.
Here is Wilson, my company.
Why crazy? Look on the bright side. Tomorrow's English B. Wednesday's English B. That will brighten up your day, you know? Right?
Sure.
It sure will.
Sure will. Confidence in me. Where's Venezuelan though? I didn't see you at all. What happened to you? Bright by gone and sleep. Yeah, I tried
I
that.
haven't seen him today at all, so.
I think the exam beat you up a little bit. So you're looking forward to English B tomorrow.
All
right. Let's go. Okay, Justin Alcindor wants a shout out. You know, when somebody have acknowledgement issues, you know, like nobody really acknowledging them, they want a shout out. Typical red man citation, you know? Thought he was a better person than that though. Anyway, shout out Justin Alcindor. Grade 1 in English B tomorrow. Or not. Hey, you know, I wish I could come to the exam tomorrow just to see y'all. All them people who don't come to class and so on. I just want to walk by the exam and see who's sleeping, you know, who had
Why you
down.
stay so? Why you stay so?
Just
Can we start the paper?
Sir, you shouldn't come tomorrow. You should come Wednesday.
Wednesdays, right. Wednesdays problems, you know. Imagine going to write your first essay in English B. in the CXC exam. This is how you know where is a Nancy, who is a Nancy, who created
What is
animal
animal
farm.
farm?
What is an animal farm? Pressure. Bust the pipe. This time you go in the exam, the boy you like ice cream you using the for answer your poem questions. Pressure. Bust pipe.
Use a hater.
Nah, English B, you gotta be doing work, man. You can't wake up and say you want to go and write English B and pass. That's for English A. You can wake up and say, you know what? I'm gonna write English A and pass. What if you ain't read them book? Sorry for you. Things dark. Helmet Barbie said no stress, no stress. All right, let's go. Who's narrator? Is this Malachi Jones Allen? At least me friend attend one class. Me friend attend one class. It matters the most. Night before the exam. Who's the narrator? Somebody read, please. Oh, y'all don't want to read?
Henry and Sylvia come onto the veranda from the house. They are both a little tense.
A happy Sunday to you, Mrs. R.
Oh, it's you?
Mama.
Man, you sound like an old drunk man. Oh, God, you put little pep in your step now?
Sir, it's 9:30 in the night.
So, but you always sound like this, Curtis. 9:30 in the morning, stay me the song, drunk, tired, hungry. You know, it's like, anyway. Sylvia?
Leave it, Henry. It can wait.
What can wait? Well, go on, Henry.
Mama, Sylvia and I have decided.
Is Josie gone?
Sylvia and I have decided to get married. Sorry, sir.
Silence well, all look at him.
Hasn't anybody got anything to say?
Babs? Come on, guys.
Timothy, congratulations, Daddy. You too, Sylvia.
Lengthy.
Do I have to talk now? Why?
Yes. What do you mean, why? Because we're fond of each other. Because we both want companionship. And Mama, why not?
That's the reason why you married people? Hey, you want companionship? People must be very bored in marriage because of companionship. But anyway, we ain't talking about that. You gotta be careful who you're marrying, huh? Careful. People just wake up and think they want a divorce just so.
So we just want companionship, nothing that bad.
Nothing that bad. All right. Me, I have to remember. Henry, you're just like your father. You don't know how lucky you are to be in the civil service and where everything's decided for you. And as for you, Sylvia, the difference between you and me is that I didn't have to try twice.
Grandma, how can you be so cruel?
Because she hates me. That's why. You've always hated me. You've always looked down on me. I've tried so hard to please you. I've spent half my life trying to please you.
Passion.
Oh,
he sinks into
award winning. That's an Oscar right there. Very good, very good. Where are we?
Is
Henry.
Yeah.
Mama, why don't you approve of our getting married? Just tell me that.
At your age, my dear boy, you don't need no blasted approval. Leave that to young people. You could marry a black woman and don't need my approval.
furious.
Mama, how can you treat me like this?
Full of
Full of
pity, go
pity.
into
Oh,
your heart.
sorry. That is right. We're being mean and horrid. Daddy, I hope you're terribly happy, darling. You too, Sylvia. I think it's wonderful. I don't care what you think, Grandma. I think it's wonderful.
Haven't you anything to say, Matthew?
Getting up embarrassed.
Matthew? Come on, somebody read.
It's fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. Excuse me, Dad. I have to go out for a while.
I see.
I wish
Talk to yourself.
Robert were here.
So he could take your side, I suppose.
Must we go on discussing this really affair? I miss Robert, that's all. Somebody, who's next?
Robert, that's all you can think of? He's the only one who mustn't be hurt? He's the only one who needs affection?
Suddenly standing up, 8 blazing in her eyes to Grandma.
You're jealous because Robert has slipped out of your hands, aren't you? You couldn't keep him either, could you?
Stung, striking chair, arm with her fist.
That's deep. This whole family get issues, man. Put it down. My turn?
Yeah.
Where am I? What line are we at?
40. Line 40.
Line 40.
That's enough.
Sitting down again, frightened.
I'm sorry.
It's Sunday. It's a fun day. There's going to be a wedding. What's wrong with everybody?
Looking off right, her eyes lighting up.
Lord be praised. He has come home to see me at last. Robert.
The others stare at her, then follow her gaze.
Uncle Robert!
She runs down into the yard to meet him. He is relaxed.
All right, somebody come now, man. Robert.
Mama, you look as though you were expecting me, all dressed up. Yes, his grandma.
You've been long enough coming.
Henry, how are you? Hello, Sylvia.
Hello, Robert.
We heard some time ago you were coming.
Come here, look me. Let me look at you.
Rising.
I must be going home now.
Nonsense. You'll stay and have dinner with us, wouldn't she, Henry?
But Mother's been alone for hours now.
It won't hurt her. If you go home, you'll sulk because I was rude to you. I'm getting to be an impossible old woman.
She can poison the girl.
Sylvia, bewildered by Grandma's new tactics, sits down.
Babs, tell Ruby to come. I want to talk to her.
The fatted calf, Grandma?
Yeah, that's when the prodigal son returns home, they kill the best calf, in celebration for the return of the prodigal son. All right, let's see what's happening here. In lines 1 to 12, Sylvia hesitates to break the news of her impending marriage because she is. Somebody read for us.
A
A.
is anticipate Robert's arrival. B does not want anyone to know. Wait, what did you want us to
Okay,
read? The
see.
lines or the answers?
The answers.
Oh, B does not want anyone to know about it. C anticipates grandma's negative reaction. D is worried about how Babs and Matthew would react.
Uh-huh. What do you think?
C.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she know the grandmother was a wicked witch. So she didn't want to really like say things, you know? Next. Stage direction, Tens bursting into tears, suddenly standing up, hate blazing in her eyes. Suggests that Sylvia is what?
A indifferent to grandma's opinions but is overwhelmed by the encounter. B surprised that grandma and the children are not in favor of her marriage. C strong and determined because Henry defends her when grandma insults her. And D intimidated by grandma's bluntness but still makes an attempt to defend herself.
Yep. D is
C.
correct.
D.
Yep, D is correct. She's not indifferent. Indifferent is when you don't really you don't really care about it much. Right? So she's not indifferent. She is intimidated by it and she wants to defend herself. D is in dog. 3.
From grandma's
grandma.
assertion that Sylvia had to try twice, line 15, we can infer that Sylvia, A, was married before, B, visited her home often, C, was engaged twice before, D, tried twice to marry Henry.
She tried twice to marry Henry, right?
Sir A.
Yeah, can be D. Some people would write that in the exam. No, she was
So it
married
was
before.
tried twice to get married, not necessarily marry Henry.
Exactly. She's married before, right? So the grandmother is saying that she didn't have to marry a man 2 times to get happiness, right? So answer is A. Good. Next, somebody else.
The stage directions timidly, line 9, full of pity, going to her father, line 25, and getting up embarrassed, line 29, suggest that Henry's children, A, share their grandmother's opinion of Sylvia, B, are excited about the wedding announcement, C, are embarrassed.
If they share the grandmother's opinion, will they be acting like that? Embarrassed, going up to see the father? No, they wouldn't. So that one's out. Uh-huh.
Right. Are embarrassed by their grandmother's reaction, and D, are not in support of their father's decision to marry Sylvia.
What do you think?
C.
The grandmother's reaction is what is
Yeah.
troubling, right? Very good. C is correct. Next, 5.
The dramatic significance of Sylvia's outburst in lines 37 to 39. You're jealous because, could you? Is that it? A establishes the setting of the extract. B supports the main theme of the extract. C arouses the audience's sympathy for her situation. D makes the audience aware of stage events.
Why am I feeling that you guys are in PCB Hall? Am I from PC here? No?
Earlier, you're feeling that what?
Answer is
Someone
D.
said yes.
I
What is
would
it?
say D.
Yeah, in chat.
D.
Yeah, I got that feeling there. Yeah, President's College. That's what I'm asking about. All right,
Is it
so
D?
what's the answer?
D, is it?
It's question 5.
Yeah, question 5, D, as in dog.
Yes, makes the audience aware of the offstage events. Question 6. Robert's entrance. What does his entrance do? It's a very important thing. I hope you saw it. What did the arrival of Robert due to this situation here. Suddenly, the mother trying to be nice to Sylvia. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
So what's the answer?
C.
Heighten the relationships. Highlight the
Is it
relationships among the
I'm
characters.
confused.
So is it B?
Provide dramatic relief to the tense situation. That's correct. It's providing dramatic relief to the tense situation. So in come Roberts, this favored one, and suddenly Granny changed now. So the tense situation of abusing all the girls, she got married 2 times and things like that, suddenly went out to the window and she wants her to stay for dinner all of a sudden. All right, so it's a relief to the tense situation. B as in boy. 7.
The best explanation of the dramatic impact of lines 59 to 63, nonsense, sit down, is that they, 1, emphasize grandma's deceptive nature, 2, give the audience insights into Sylvia's character, 3, suggest that grandma wants Robert to have a good impression of her.
What do you think?
So I would
B.
say 1 and 3.
B.
Yeah, B.
It's
B
B.
as in boy.
Why all of you are saying B? Why not
Because
1 and 3?
because it's obvious that Henry already met Sylvia before.
No. But let's go to your line.
So I
59 to
wouldn't say it gave insight into Sylvia's character
why not?
because the insight was already given when grandma was cursing her out, saying she got married 2 times.
No, man. Look at this. What line is it?
Sorry, skipped. You passed it.
59
Lines
to 6.
59 to 63.
So around here, nonsense. You'll stay and have dinner with us. But mother has been alone for hours now. It wouldn't hurt her, right? So Sylvia now is concerned that her mother is alone. She wants to go and keep her mother's company, right?
Oh, so it does give insight.
It does give insight into the kind of person she was, right? So it's all of them, 1, 2, and 3. Over the years, every year working this question, people always overlook the second one. I don't know why. But it's actually all of them, 1, 2, and 3. So 7D, right? 50, question 8.
In which of the following lines does the major shift in the mood of the extract occur? A. Henry, you're just like your father. B. Must we go on discussing this dairy affair? C. At your age, my dear boy, you don't need approval. D. Nonsense! You stay and have dinner with us.
So
Where was it? That one is obvious, right? We all
Third D.
see that one. Granny suddenly changed. She abusing them out there. Have dinner with us, man. What's wrong? You look hungry, you know?
After she just done cussing
Voiceover
out
on
to get
point.
married twice.
Right. Yeah, the way you read the question is how much you will understand it. You gotta be careful how you're reading your English B.
So excuse us the answer for 8.
Dog. He isn't dog. Is what the all cook the way?
Which of the following lines contribute most to the tension in the extra? A. At your age, my dear boy, you don't need approval. Leave that to the young people. You could marry a black woman and not need my approval. B. Robert, that's all you think of. He's the only one who mustn't be hurt. He's the only one who needs affection. C. It's Sunday. It's a fine day. There's going to be a wedding. What's wrong with everybody? B. It won't hurt her. If you go home, you sulk because I was rude to you. I'm getting to be an impossible old woman.
Most tension. The most tension came from what?
So is it B?
B.
B as in boy?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No. Look again.
Sir, see?
Sunday to find it. Nope.
D, sir,
It's a
D.
A.
Hey.
Guys, okay.
At your age, my dear boy, you don't need
Oh, okay.
approval. Leave that to the young people. You can marry a black woman for all I care. You don't need my approval. You want to know what else is coming? Black woman, Granny's a racist.
That's what I was just going to say.
Granny's one of them. 10.
Which of the following statements is an example of irony in the extract? A. Robert seems to be Grandma's favorite son. B. Sylvia is surprised at Grandma's change of tactics. C. Unlike the others, Henry and Sylvia are not excited by Robert's arrival. And D. Grandma invites Sylvia to stay for dinner despite the earlier confrontation. I'd say D.
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 He is
D.
correct. He is dog. So she done abuse the girl out. Oh, you will stay and have dinner with us, won't you? Good. So, Nora, let's go and talk about Nora and Miss Lindy quickly.
I call dibs on Nora.
We can read out these quickly and good point. Let's go, Nora.
I'll be Miss Lindy.
Somebody be the narrator quickly.
Hello, Nora.
Wait, the narrator? I didn't hear the narrator.
You can't ignore the narrator, guys. The narrator often gives some
So after you
insight
the
to
narrator,
what's
Bob.
happening. Somebody else, narrator.
I could be it.
The maid shows in. Oh, sorry.
Somebody's asking to do paper 2. We will meet again tomorrow night. Once I'm not on call at the hospital tomorrow. Am I on call tomorrow? No, I don't know if I'm on call tomorrow, but I will try. No, I will do paper 2 discussion talks with you tomorrow night. All right.
Sir, since Jamaicans like free things, I'll be here.
Of course you'll be here. Of course you will be here. You and the
So you
whole
come remember
Jamaican
to tomorrow night,
population
right?
will be. Yeah, of course. They're gonna be in the front row, you know, for the free things. In fact, they will message me at 6 o'clock to remind me to be there. So don't worry.
Yes, sir, please. Right, people.
Hello. Calm down. Good.
Sound like a guy and he is hungry. All right, let's read narrator.
The maid shows in Mrs. Lind dressed in traveling clothes and shuts the door after her.
Hello, Nora.
In a dispirited, somewhat hesitant voice. Then you say hello, Nora.
In a dispirited and somewhat hesitant voice.
Hello, Nora.
Uncertain.
Hello.
You don't recognize me?
No, I don't know. But wait, I think.
Exclaiming.
What, Christine? Is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
You know,
James, I think I didn't recognize you.
Anybody ever like, you know, shout out to you? You know you recognize this voice, right? But you just pretend.
Oh, yes, it's you. I remember you. This time you never knows you.
You know it's not tall. Anyway, yes, Christine. Oh, she said Christine,
to
right?
think I didn't recognize you, but then how could I?
More quietly.
How you changed, Christine.
Yes, no doubt I have time. In 9, 10 long years.
Is it so long since we met? Yes, it's all of that. Oh, these
Them
last
Jamaican-
8 years have been a happy time, believe me. And so
them
now
Jamaican
you
can
come to
act
town
really
too.
well.
Made the long trip.
What do you get from this? Just a bit. What do you get from this? More quietly. How you've changed, Christine. What do you get from that?
Envy.
Okay, what else? Christine
Words
look the
like
same
this.
tall. She ain't
Maybe
look the
some
same
sarcasm.
tall, maybe.
She
Yeah,
looks
hint of
different. She
sarcasm,
looks
maybe. Christine.
surprising.
Maybe she broke up really, she looked terrible. But the friend's like, how could I recognize you? You could change, you look so good at all.
Sir,
But
I think it's that she get uglier because she didn't say you look good or anything. She's just
exactly.
like,
You
how
dress
you
up,
changed.
That's how red women say things. Oh, you
Wow.
look different. Anyway, go on, Lindy and
It's
Nora.
so long since we met. Yes, it's all of that. On these last 8 years have been a happy time, believe me. And now you've come to town too, made the long trip in the winter. That took courage.
I just got here by the ship this morning.
To enjoy yourself over Christmas? Of course. Oh, how lovely. Yes, enjoy yourselves. We'll do that. But take your coats off. You're not still cold.
Helping her?
There now. Let's get cozy here by the stove. No, the easy chair there. I'll take the rocker here.
Seizing her hands?
Yes. Now you have your old look again. It was only in the first moment you're a bit more pale, Christine, and maybe a bit thinner.
You see what we were saying? You see what we
No,
were saying? Go on.
And much, much older, Nora.
So I can't see the screen. Here we go. Yes, perhaps a bit older.
A tiny
bit. Not much at all.
What do you mean, Nora?
Softly.
Oh, but thoughtless me to sit here chattering away. Sweet, good Christine, can you forgive me?
What do you mean, Nora? Softly.
Poor Christine, you've become a widow, you poor thing. How much you must have gone through, and he left you nothing.
No.
And no children?
No.
Nothing at
Me
all
like this.
then?
Me
Not
like
even
this Nora, Nora, me like shit all.
Not, wait, not even a sense. Not even a sense of loss to feed on.
Damn.
Looking incredulously at her.
But Christine, how could that be?
Smiling wearily and smoothing her hair.
Cause sometimes it happens, Nora.
So completely alone? How terribly hard that must be for you.
I really want to warm to Nora, man.
Children. You can't see them now. They're out with the maid. But now you must tell me everything.
No. Tell me about yourself.
You remember that Torvald left the department after we were married? There was no chance of promotion in his office, and of course he needed to earn more money. But that first year, he drove himself terribly. He took on all kinds of extra work that kept him going morning and night. It wore him down, and then he fell deathly ill. The doctor said it was essential for him to travel south.
Yes. Didn't you spend a whole year in Italy?
Where can you scroll? I can't see the page. That's right. It wasn't easy to get away, Ivar had just been born. But of course we had to go. But it cost a frightful sum, Christine.
But it's lucky you had it when you needed it.
Well, as it was, we got it from Papa.
I see. It was just about the time your father died.
Yes, just about then. And I couldn't make that trip out to nurse him. I had to stay here, expecting Ivar any moment. And with my poor sick Torvald to care for, dearest Papa, I never saw him again, Christine. Oh, that was the worst time I've known in all my marriage.
I know how you loved him. And then you went off to Italy?
Yes, we had the means now, and doctors urged us, so we left a month later.
And your husband came back completely cured?
Sound as a drum.
But the doctor?
Who?
Sir, scroll down, please. I I thought the maid said he was a doctor, the man who came in with me.
Yes, that was Dr. Rank, but he's not making a sick call. He's our closest friend and he stops by at least once a day. Tell me, is it really true that you weren't in love with your husband? Why did you marry him then?
My mother was still alive, but virgin and helpless. And I had my two younger brothers to look after. In all conscience, I didn't think I could turn him down.
No, you were right there. But was he rich at the time?
He was very well off, I'd say, but the business was shaky, Nora. When he died, it all fell apart and nothing was left.
And then?
Now it's over, Nora. My poor mother doesn't need me, for she's passed on, nor the boys either. They're working now and can take care of themselves.
How free you must feel.
No, only unspeakable empty. Nothing to live for now.
Standing up anxiously.
That's why I couldn't make it any longer out in that desolate hole. Maybe here it'd be easier to find something to do and keep my mind occupied. If I could only be lucky enough to get a steady job, some office work.
Oh, wow.
That's very depressing.
Yeah, Lord.
Finished?
Yes, sir, it's finished. On
I
to the
was really
question.
reading, man. I swear.
Yes, so at 7 to lines. No, but Nora is that friend. Mm-mm. Nora,
Sir,
they
what
should
you
really.
mean? Nora is a very good friend.
She's
Okay.
not. Nora is not a friend.
Uh, Nora just the man left you no cheering at all. Then just suddenly insert herself. Oh, I have three lovely children. That's not a friend.
She's my
Anyway,
character. So yeah.
your character. We know. Typical Jamaicans.
So why
Watch
do you
them
hate
come.
Jamaicans?
I
Why do you
don't.
hate
I
Jamaica?
don't.
You do. You
I'm
do.
not even from Jamaica and I feel
Shut. Oh my
offended.
gosh. That's
You watch,
crazy.
watch. If Jamaica is populated, next thing you see all them people come on me live. Please don't call the passe. I'm joking. It's a joke. We love Jamaica. All right. Good. We can cheer for y'all next year at the Olympics. Good. From the stage directions at 1 and 5, the meeting between the two friends is what? What's the meeting between the two friends?
B.
I'd say B.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Perfect.
It's like, I want to see you.
Do I
Yeah,
really
P,
remember
awkward.
you? Wait, but
Yeah, it's like,
sir, how is it that she acted like she didn't remember Mrs. Lind and then she turns out to know so much about her life, how her husband left her nothing?
pretentious. That's women, eh? Particularly red women. That's how they.
No, that's
Oh
Nora.
my lord.
That's Nora.
Sir, stop
Very
trying to start
defensive.
this spiritual
The
conflict. Stop
audience
trying
is
to
made
start this
aware
church.
of the seasons. What's happening? How do they know the season? What time is it?
B.
I think that's B as well.
Because they told each other to take off the coats or something like that.
But you see quotes as the answer there?
No, but the answer is B.
Sir, they said they were going
Excuse
to
me, sir.
enjoy
Can I ask a
Christmas.
question?
So D?
Go ahead. What's the
The
question?
answer is B.
Okay, sir. So like, the first clue was the long trip, but the B makes more sense. But like D, kind of what B is more like,
No, but it's
I
not
think
only cold at Christmas time, but people often take long trips for Christmas, going to
You see,
family,
that's
going
correct.
to see
B.
your loved ones. Yeah, I would agree with
I
B as
think
in
it's
dog.
B.
B as in
I
boy
still
or D
think
as in
it's
dog?
B.
Boy?
Yeah, boy.
Yes, sir. It's
Cold
boy.
and Christmas. All right, let's see. Traveling in the winter, cold and Christmas, fireplace and rocker, Christmas and long trip. Let's see. We know that Nora was traveling. Did this answer change? This answer didn't have clothes previously.
Yes, it did.
I think this answer changed from previous papers, you know. Okay, so some of you will say B and some of you say D. All right, close your eye and choose one tomorrow if it comes.
Funny. That is so
From
funny.
the from the extract, the audience learns that Torvald was
A.
Yeah, he worked hard and he was a good provider. He resigned his job in order to marry Nora, overworked himself and could not travel, was promoted. No. Was it?
I think it's A.
Yeah,
Sir,
he worked hard. He worked hard. Which of the following adjectives best describe Nora? Red woman.
B.
Sorry, that's
D, sir.
Oh,
B is in boy or D is in dog?
B.
B.
Sir, I think it's C. She was nowhere near warm
yeah, I
or
think it's C.
hospitable.
She's kind of
She's
a.
unsympathetic and aloof.
No,
Yeah,
but
she's
she
kind of.
actually invited her. She actually invited her to stay, right? And she did say something somewhere around here. She offered her a job or something.
Really?
Something around here was a little hospitable. Let's look for it quickly.
Sir, it's
What
hard
was
to
it?
find with Nora's attitude.
That's a good one. What was it? She was trying to be a good friend, man. She was a show off kind of
Earlier
friend.
when she was telling her to sit or something, I don't remember.
Yeah, she was gonna show off
Oh
a
yeah,
friend,
she
but
invited her and then took her coat and put her at the fireside and stuff.
right. The coat
Yeah.
on the fireside. This answer used to be something else, you know. So don't be tomorrow if it come in may change. This used to be something. I remember it vividly now. It used to be something else. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, she was somewhat. Where is it?
Hospitable.
She was somewhat hospitable. They should have put another one, but none of them unsympathetic. You think she was unsympathetic?
Nah,
Sir, she
she was
threw all of
hospital,
her
just
failures.
awkward.
She was she was a little show off kind of thing, but she wasn't unsympathetic, man. She was really relating to what the woman was saying, but let's say warm and hospitable.
So I'm saying she didn't know how to show her warmth
Yeah,
and do
yeah.
all that, but she
That's a safe.
wanted to.
Yeah,
Let's
she
just say
wanted.
that.
That's safe. That's safe. 15.
The best explanation of the dramatic impact created by the lines 25 to 30, and he left you nothing, feed on, is that they A. create a light-hearted atmosphere, B. provide comic relief to the audience, C.
Mm-mm.
understate the conflict between the characters, D. heighten the intrigue about Mrs. Lynn's situation.
Lindy
I think
situation. What do
it's
you
D.
think?
D.
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 Yeah,
A
D.
as in A, D, or B as in
D.
boy?
D as
D,
in
D, D.
dog.
Dog.
B as in dog. That's correct. It's like it's heightening the situation, you know? We feel sorry for the man left you nothing. What?
Not
Yeah.
even children.
I have three lovely one of my own. That was just sick. She just sneaked in there like that. Mrs. Lindy's role. Don't get a friend like Nora. Nora is a bad friend. Don't do that.
Guys,
Mrs.
just
Lindy's
remember that
role.
Nora is my character.
That's why we said to have a friend like Nora. Mrs. Lindy's role is significant because she.
A
Somebody read now.
represents opulence and fulfillment. B is contrasted with Nora representing all she is not. C has children and likes to travel to foreign countries. D is a valuable friend to Nora and has been supportive.
No, she hasn't
B.
been supportive.
It's
She don't want
B.
to mind the woman
Yeah, B.
business.
Sir, if she was a valuable
Supportive
friend, Nora
friend.
would have remembered her.
Exactly. She's a contrast, representing all that Nora is not. Um, all that, yeah. So B, right, boy? 17. Read that one there. What happened? Y'all gone?
From the extract, the audience learns that Torvald, a work, oh, is 17 you asked to read?
Yeah, 17.
Yeah,
Um,
17.
oh, sorry about that. Which of the following is the best explanation of the function of Nora's speech in the lines 48 to 51? Yes,
Let's
my
let's
marriage.
quickly look at it. Let's look at it. 48 to 51. 6, 7, 8. Just this bit here. Yes, just about then. Somebody read.
Yes, just about then, and you know, I couldn't make the trip out to nursing. I had to stay here.
I had to stay here expecting Ivar any moment, with my poor sick Torvald to care for. Dearest Papa, I have never saw him again, Christine. Oh, that was the worst time I've known in all of my marriage. So the man sick, the father dying, and she get a young baby coming. So it's problems, you know? All right. Somebody asked me if we're going through paper two. We're going through paper two tomorrow evening, right? Tomorrow evening, we're gonna go through paper two. All right, so you gotta come back tomorrow for that. So subscribe so you can get a notification for that tomorrow. All right, where are we?
We're back at 17, I think. Or
18, 17. For the function of Nora's speech. What was the purpose of that speech there? It serves to outline a financial situation. It helps to develop Nora's character as a devoted mother. The audience, was it really the motherhood though? Was it the motherhood that kept her there? Was it the young child that kept her there?
No,
No, it wasn't. It was really what?
her sick husband.
Yeah, was the husband really. Uh-huh. The audience becomes aware of the present tension in her marriage.
So
The
it's the word
audience learns the
present.
verse.
It threw it
Right,
off. It wasn't
right.
present, it was
Yeah,
present.
yeah. No, the word present threw that off. Present is not it.
Yeah, it was past
Audience
tension.
learns of her sense of loss created by her father's death. What do you think?
It have to be D, basically.
Sir, the
Yeah.
whole drama was about the contrast, but it kind of shows the tiny similarities between them. The loss created for Nora just as
Yeah,
much as it was lost for. Yeah.
here's your answer. 18, the main theme. Death and decay, gender awareness, marriage and family, wealth and weddings.
See, marriage and family.
See?
Marriage and
See?
family.
It seems to bland, you know? Wealth and weddings out. Gender awareness.
Yes.
Uh, death and decay. See the death, but
Not the decay.
yeah, marriage and
Decay
family.
can reference to appearance, I think.
That's too deep. If you got things so
Well,
deep for it,
Okay.
Marriage and family. The real reason for Miss Lindy's trip was what? Did you pay attention to that one? What she wanted to do?
D.
Yeah, she wanted to start
Yeah,
over.
obtain a job and start new life.
Yeah, she wanted, when things are not going so well, pack up your traps and move away, you know?
yeah, she wanted to find a reason to live.
Go to somewhere new, even if it's Jamaica, you know?
Sir, come on, Jamaica is a nice place.
They love
I will
Jamaica.
always defend my
I
country.
just the most
This
suitable
tiny
title
but
of the
Kalawa.
extract. Talawa. The most suitable title of the extract is what?
See?
A, I'd say A. What?
I would say
Friends
C.
Unite?
No man, it's not Christmas Day, man.
Friends
Say,
reunited.
I
I
would say
mean,
C because they
Wait,
hadn't. I feel like they haven't seen each other in years because of the conversation that they was having.
yeah, so what would you choose, Javon?
Sir, friends
I
reunited.
would choose C. Friends
alright, fine.
reunited.
See.
I
Yeah.
I would put on the exam paper, I would put, little
Yeah, the
marks over
two
this word
quotations
friend.
because
Yeah,
friends
because
really are they
friends.
really just friends?
Really
Are they
Nora.
really friends?
Yes, C, because they come from way back also.
It can't be
Sure.
something. I don't feel like it could be anything else there.
Yeah,
Like, can't be
that's why I
anything.
picked A because C is kind of iffy.
No, but for it to be
Wasn't
Christmas
specific to
Day,
the day. It was just a season.
for it to be Christmas Day, everything had to surround Christmas Day, you know? She
On the
saw
25th.
Nora for the first time and she was excited that Christmas brought her this kind of joy and seeing her friend with her along. But it's not Christmas Day. You know? It's a friends
All
reunion.
right.
Okay.
All right.
All right, let's read some poetry.
Yeah.
Somebody say yeah. All right, let's go. Hurricane
Hurricane
story.
Story, 1903. Grandfather knew just when to board the last window up and brace the door. Noah's Ark was never as crowded and wet. That blew about and whipped
So
our
what is that?
faces.
What is that right
It's
there? Noah's Ark was not as crowded and wet. What was that?
biblical
Biblical
illusion.
illusion.
Biblical illusion. Very good. Very good. Go on.
That blew
Tap.
about and whipped our faces. Water seeped in, but on grandfather's bed, we rode above it, everything holding together. For my grandfather had learned from his father and his father before him all the ways of orchestrating disaster. And my grandmother, schooled on Sankeys, led us in singing. In our frail bark in total darkness, we passed through the eye and out the other side till all was still. When grandfather opened the window, the sun was shining. Granny hitched up her skirt and petticoats to unseemly height. We children had never seen so much skin. Stood waist deep in the water in her yard and searched the blue skies for a sign as Noah's wife did. She found it when her missing sensei fowl and favorite leghorn rooster turned up safe, but ruffled, having spent the night together in the hole on the cotton tree. As we put our lives back together, I too young but schooled yet on disaster, spent my time watching the sensei fowl, that stretching leghorn rooster, dying to be the first to see the strange bird fated to be born out of that great storm.
All right, let's go into it. So, what concept is heightened by 1 and 2? Grandfather knew just when to board up the last window and brace the door. What is happening there? Aging and well-being, preparation
C.
and timing.
And
That's C
timing.
for sure.
Yep,
Preparation
good.
and timing.
Preparation and timing.
Noah's Ark, never been this crowded and wet, suggested the house was
A. Leaking and
Leaking and
damper.
jump out.
Yep.
Yeah, A.
But the poet uses the words whipped our faces.
B. Indicate the
B.
fiercity of the wind.
B.
B. I think it's B.
Yeah, B.
Yep, B, correct. The speaker's tone in the poem can best be described as
B.
B, sir?
By B.
Conversational and
D.
reflective.
B.
is in dog.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
dog.
Correct. Good. 25. Most effective use of contrast. Remember, contrast, two opposite things facing off each other. Black, white, happy, sad, that kind of presentation. So what do we see here as contrast? Reinforcing the
Easy.
children's fear and the raging storm.
B.
Okay. Emphasizing the darkness, the storm,
B.
and the shining sun.
Very
Heightening the depth of water in the storm. Okay. Heightening the colors of grandma, petticoat, and a rooster in the sky. What do you think? B as in boy?
Yes, sir. B.
Yeah.
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 Good.
Yeah.
It would have been A if they had talked something about, well, the children weren't fearful, so that's out. But if they had put something like the worry with the adults and the delight to the children, that would have been that there. But that's not it. The answer is B as in boy. Next.
From stanza 1, the reader can conclude that the speaker's grandfather, A, is a scientist who knows how to prepare for disasters, B, makes boats to ensure that his family copes with disasters, C, is a singer and religious person who looks to heavens for solution, D, learn to prepare for and survive disasters from previous generations. D?
D for
as in
sure.
Yep,
D
definitely
for
saw
sure.
that one there. Yep, D is correct. Next.
Which of the following figurative devices are used in the poem? 1. Allusion. 2. Simile. 3. Metaphor.
Allusion
C.
first.
C.
C
You can't
C.
tell me C. You can't
is
tell me
B.
C.
Is
You can't
B.
tell me C.
D.
B.
B.
We know,
D.
we know there is allusion, so one has to be in it, right?
And G.
Did we
Sir,
see a
let's check
simile
for
G.
there?
simile and metaphor.
Check for a simile. This can be a metaphor as
Is
well.
that a metaphor? Yeah.
The house, and Noah's boat. That can be a metaphor as well. But did we see a simile?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I
The
was
blue
in the
blue
as.
skies for a sign as Noah's wife did. It compared the grandmother to Noah's wife,
Okay, anything
using as
else?
or like.
Okay,
So,
good.
1
Big
and
that.
3.
So it's all of them. Now 1 and 3, all of them. 1, 2, and 3. D, dog. 28. Symbolism is what? When one thing being referenced to something else, what's the most obvious sign of symbolism there?
C.
D.
So I would say C. I don't know.
D? D?
C,
I would
sir.
say
No, man.
I think it's C to be
D.
honest.
C, sir.
It's C. I don't want to sound stupid, but C.
so. If you think
You don't
about
want to
it,
sound stupid. That's hard for you to do, eh? Not sounding stupid, eh?
For real.
C is the most obvious one there.
I mean, so if you think
The
about it, D
theme.
kind of.
Symbolism of the sensei fowl and the leghorn rooster. How is that symbolism?
Sir, it symbolizes
Symbolic of the
symbolism.
impact of the stone.
Really?
So
Really?
the basic understanding.
That's
Just
literally.
because it
They
had
were
the two
literally
things.
saying we were looking for a sign, and the sign came, and the sensei fowl come. That is a sign that they saw. It was
Well,
nah, man. That's very literal.
it's probably because it have the two things in the poem, you know.
Sir, weren't
You see,
words.
that's the problem, you know. That's the problem with people. When in English B, they look for the word that was mentioned in the poem. Oh, sense if I was mentioned there, Leghorn. That must be the answer. No, do a little more thinking.
Sir, but
One
weren't they
theme,
used in the back in the days as symbolism, symbolize when the storm was through? You know, the feathered
sense if I
animals,
was
the
using the
birds.
symbol back in the
Yeah.
day. Where in
Yeah.
Jamaica?
And
Hey, in Guyana, the only thing we just said, talk about sense if is when you want an egg to make a quick little stew or something, or a little, egg and rice
stewed
or something.
egg.
Well, calm down, calm down, calm down.
Exactly. Who's use egg? Guyana.
You can you can stew anything. I'm sure Jamaicans know about that.
Well, I don't. That's fine.
I never hear anybody stew egg in my life.
Listen, stop judging our delicacy. Well, not our delicacy, my delicacy.
You judge.
If you've had my stewed egg, you would have been eating
Leave
your
me. I'm a
fingers.
tentacle.
Shall we continue? One theme, one of the themes in the poem is what? Nostalgia and regret.
C.
We see nostalgia, we don't see
C.
regret.
C.
Watching and helping, childhood fear, survival and resilience. C is correct. Moving on. y'all laughing me shoe egg? Y'all never hear about egg curry and them things?
Yeah, well, amateur,
Egg
no,
is
amateur. We
crazy.
live in a different Guyana. Me, Guyana is two different Guyana. Sorry.
No,
Same, but like curry, egg
y'all
different.
don't know about hard life. That's the problem. That's why y'all look the way y'all look and can't
Bro,
answer English.
Corey
yeah,
just
but
walk
bro,
good.
What?
curry egg different. Curry egg different.
It's okay, curry egg. What's going on here? What's going
Egg
on? It's
curry,
just so
curry egg, same thing. Oh God, I'm from Trinidad.
Leave us
boy,
Jamaicans alone.
I will just put you out of this class just because you say curry egg.
No.
So the reason that time why be curry does taste good.
We
Exactly,
will
you know,
keep
everything
our
is
pepper
curry
pot.
first.
Make we keep the pepper pot. We're good with the pepper pot. No curry egg
I
around
thought it
here.
was ackee and saltfish y'all know about.
Sir,
Curry.
ackee and sawfish, pepper pot. We have plenty of food. If you want some, come on. We will. You know.
I thought y'all would just put peas and everything, you know, peas and rice, peas this, you know, right? Peas,
Peas,
Why?
rice,
peas,
and
peas,
peas and sir, we can do a lot.
rice
Jerk
and peas,
chicken.
peas and rice.
You want some
Spells
jerk
poverty, you
chicken?
know?
Got
Lots of
some
peas.
really good beer. But you know, yeah, people don't eat these delicacies. Roast bed fruit, thank you over there with curry goats, isn't me? And I know you do the curry egg. But that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Shall we continue?
So
The poet's use of water imagery throughout the poem is effective because what? Now we gotta do some deep English be here.
C.
Good. What's D? Nah, that's
So
literal.
I will be so focused on alliteration on the child's right out the storm, the grandparents' bed. B.
But alliteration, why? Why you can't say alliteration if you don't see it?
Yeah,
True.
But you just say, you know what, big word. Alliteration is there. That must be the answer. Though I don't know what alliteration is. Big word. Answer. No.
Relates a
Yes,
child
I
to
think
the
it's C.
story of grandparents.
Sir, so the answer is C, right?
Yes, C. It's not about purification. A would have been it, but the word purification is out. It's more of a rebirth and renewal. The hope, they hope that, you know, this term would pass and everything will be okay again, right? It's more hope and renewal. All right, so C is correct. Good. Let's push on. Remember, you have one long poem and you have one short one. That's what will happen tomorrow. Hopefully, one of or two of what we talked about tonight will come back. Let's see if you're favored. Nettles, let's go. My son, age 3.
My son, aged 3, fell in the nettle bed. Bed seemed a curious name of those green spears, that regiment of spite behind the shed. It was no place of rest. With sobs and tears, the boy came seeking comfort. I saw white blisters beaded on his tender skin. We soothed him till his pain was not so raw. At least he offered us a watery grin. And then I took my bill hook, honed the blade, and went outside and slashed in fury with it, till not a nettle in that fierce parade stood upright any more. And then I lit a funeral pyre to burn the fallen dead. But in 2 weeks the busy sun and rain had called up tall recruits behind the shed. My son would often feel sharp wounds again. Sir, what's a nettle?
Google it.
Maca.
A maca? Oh,
Like,
really?
it's not like,
I never
what
did
is
say
it?
maca.
And I really maca, I guess that's something I can grow back.
Not
But
like
it's
it's like
sharp,
like a sharp. It's not like
Yeah, all right.
I
Thorn.
say plimpler, but I don't know if y'all know what I mean. You know, y'all don't know what them fancy things. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Wait, what?
yeah.
He just called Jamaicans broke, by the way.
The poem is mainly about what? So my son, age 3, fell in a nettle bed. Bed seemed a curious name for those green spears. So the father was what? What was the father doing?
Worrying about his son.
Yeah, he was trying to be a father, you know, protective, huh? So what do we see here? The poem is mainly about what? Father's response to son falling into nettles, falling.
Yeah, I believe it's A.
Yep, A is correct. 32.
The
Poem
poet
puts
puts
bed
bed.
in inverted commas. See
B.
why we were putting bed, we were putting friends early in inverted commas? Same situation here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think it's B.
Yes, B. I know. I feel like it's B.
B.
Yeah, I agree.
He as in boy?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good, correct. Which of the following lines does a change occur? Change.
C.
C.
No place to rest. Yeah, C. 34. Let's go back. Read the line above and the line below. What do you read? Bed.
Bed seemed a curious name of those green spears. The regiment of spite behind the shed, it was no place of rest. With sobs and tears, the boy came. Yeah.
Good. Effective primarily because what?
B, sir?
C.
B as in boy?
Yeah, then like B. I know.
I actually think it's A.
I'm reading. I'm reading. Hold on. Creates a few.
See, sir.
All right, so
Sir
D is
D threw
out.
it off with the
Yeah,
location.
D is out. Compares the Nettles' ability to be tall and dutiful. But this doesn't answer it. This is just like part of it. This needs to go on to say something else. Personifies a shed and the nearby nettles or sharp spears, giving nettles the ability to take pleasure in inflicting pain. This song's okay.
Yeah, C
Let's
sounds
look
better.
at it one more time. Yeah, C. C.
Yeah, now C spite A, so C would
Fight.
make
Huh?
sense.
Fight. Good. 35.
B as in boy?
We read it. 35. Read. Somebody read it.
The best explanation of the expression, he offered us a water, green in line 8, is A. The boy continued to cry and smile for a long time. B. Though tearful, the boy wanted them to think he was fine. C. The boy gave them a smile and instantly dried his tears. D. The tears were flowing and the boy tried to get his father's attention.
B.
I think it's B.
B.
Yeah, B.
I think it's B.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Very good. B as in boy.
Yeah.
Which of the following dominant in the poem? Which is most dominant?
C as in dog?
A.
Military.
Yes, sir?
Military.
A. Nature.
Nature, yeah.
I say
Why
A.
military? Where
I say
military come
A.
from?
And I think
Regimental
military
military, but
are goods to
it's
be
not
very
really a
honest.
main topic.
Nature.
Nature.
It's
Nature.
yeah, nature.
Uh-huh. And what do you see
Someone
here?
mentioned the recruits, that's why they chose it.
Oh. Best describe the structure of the poem. What's the structure of the poem?
D as in dog.
Yeah, D is a dog. D.
Alternative rhyme, right? Uh-huh. Alternative rhyme. Which of the fall? You see that, right? Look
Wait, can
here.
we go back?
Bed, shed,
Oh, yeah,
stairs,
yeah.
spears,
Alternative,
saw,
right.
skin, grin. 38.
Which of
Which
the
of the
following
following? Go ahead.
Which of the following is the most effective use of contrast in the poem?
I go with C.
Yeah, I'll go with
Agree.
Correct. Yep. The speaker's tone best described as what?
Is it C, adversal?
I say C as well.
Why?
C. Because I saw our next video.
Sir, could it be D? Wait,
Sorry?
could it be D?
D.
This in dog?
Yes, sir. Conversational.
Yeah, but I want to know why somebody say C.
I think it's mostly because he sees the nettles as like an adversary of the shell's comfort. That's about it.
No, man. It's conversational. It's either conversational or nostalgic. Which of the two? Let's look at it. Is it somebody reflecting? Is past tense mentioned? Or is it
So
like
I
a
think
gap?
I think he's like telling us the story or talking to us about it. So I would say conversational.
Sir,
Yeah,
because it's
Well,
in the
it's
first
definitely
that
past
person.
tense
seems like
because
a
it
curious
says in 2
name for it.
weeks.
Yeah. But they say Bet seemed like a curious name. It's not like he's talking directly to us. There was no place for rest, He was like talking to us here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree. Conversational. Which of the following statements?
Best sums up the idea in lines 14 to 15. But in 2 weeks, the busy sun and rain had called up tall recruitments behind the shed. A, it is difficult for natural things to live without sunshine. B, we cannot always totally destroy the things that hurt us. C, people who get hurt will learn to avoid the shed and nettles. D, the shed will host the recruits because of the weather. B, we
I
cannot
think it's
always
B.
Side B.
totally destroy things that hurt us.
That's deep, huh?
Yeah.
That's deep. That's deep. Yeah, B is correct. Good. Let's see what we can do here. It's getting a bit late. It's past my bedtime.
Wait, what
Good night.
Guys, it's not that of a
No
bedtime
way.
too.
12 lines? Nah.
No way.
What happened?
Say looking low.
Say like when you read that, half of that not
Oh.
gonna stick in your head.
This is nice. If you read it with the purpose of enjoying it, you will
So
enjoy
that was waste time in the
See,
exam. I mean, the question
that's
go.
like that's like real long into the
You
exams.
see,
At that
that's
point,
the
I
reason
would
why the boys
I'd
don't
be so
often do well in English, men too quick,
What?
get to the
say
thing
So can
and
I
just
talk
get
as
out.
answer?
say
I
you
think
see
you
you're trying to
offended one there.
put me down. You see you're trying to put me down. You know
I think you offended one there.
The story I'm a yawn and look at thing, man.
read and I need to read it yet.
I can feel these boys are gonna go in the exam and say, you know what? Let me look at the questions first. What point of view is this? Something you can check.
Exactly.
I see
Eeny,
an
meeny,
idea.
miny,
There's
mo.
dot. Let me see this
Read the
next
question,
one.
let me know
Exactly,
Who's the
exactly.
protagonist? And then you just go
Why
back.
are you hating?
You
So,
see,
sir,
one
we're
thing,
supposed to
at
read
least
all of the
it wouldn't be only me that gonna be doing that. So I would feel good.
At least you can close your eyes and just drop your pen and hope it touches an answer, and then choose the answer.
We're supposed to read everything.
Sir, but I know, right?
Wow.
I would go and see the charters one, then do the charters one first, then go to the long one. I sorry.
Real.
Laziness is a crime, Anyway, who reading this thing? One
I
day,
will try.
So
I don't
I
know.
read the second paragraph.
You read the second part, I'll read the first paragraph.
Right,
I'll
and I
read it
agree with
too.
that.
somebody said they wanted to try.
I agree with the
Gabby,
last one.
One day, without meaning to, I broke a plate, the only plate of its kind that Eunice had ever owned. A plate made of bone china, and the words "I am sorry" would not pass my lips. The sadness she expressed over this loss fascinated me. It was so thick with grief, so overwhelming, so deep, as if the death of a loved one had occurred. She grabbed the thick pouch that was her stomach. She pulled at her hair. She pounded her bosom. Large tears rolled out of her eyes and down her cheeks, and they came in such profusion that if a new source of water had sprung up from them, as in a myth or a fairy tale, my small self would not have been surprised. I had been warned repeatedly by her not to touch this plate, for she had seen me look at it with an obsessive curiosity. I would look at it and wonder about the picture painted on its surface, a picture of a wide open field filled with grass and flowers in the most tender shades of yellow, pink, blue, and green. The sky had a sun in it and that shone but did not burn bright. This picture was nothing but a field full of grass and flowers on a sunny day, but it had an atmosphere of secret abundance, happiness, and tranquility. Underneath it was written in gold letters the one word, heaven.
sound like in your grandmother house to get them ornament. You dare not touch them ornaments, and if you break that, it's licks for you.
Sir, what you call that glass case thing that they put their nice glass cups in?
What
Well,
not
Cabinet.
the
Jamaicans
whatnot.
don't have those.
Sir,
Yeah.
excuse me, I just don't know the name. My grandmother owned
Break
a lot of
front.
it.
That's the reason
Pens
why
and
you didn't know.
whatnot. With my little bottle and my glass
What I
cup
broke.
and my wine.
Isaiah said you wanted to read it.
Yes, sir. Right. When I broke the china plate on which the splitter was painted and caused my eyes to cry so, I did not immediately feel sorry. I did not feel sorry shortly after. I felt sorry only long afterward. And by then, it was too late to tell her so. She had died. When I broke the plate and would not say that I was sorry, she cursed my dead mother. She cursed my father. She cursed me. The words she used were without meaning. I understood them, but they did not hurt me, for I did not love her, and she did not love me. She made me kneel down on her knee on her stone heap, with my hands raised high above my head, with a large stone in each hand. She meant to keep me in that position until I said the words, I am sorry, but I would not say them. I could not say them. It wasn't beyond my own will. Those words could not pass my lips. I stayed like I stayed like that until she exhausted herself cursing me and all who I came from.
That child's stubborn.
So that child
Somehow,
wicked.
as I was kneeling there, somebody else.
As I was kneeling there, I saw three land turtles crawling in and out of the small space under the house, and I fell in love with them. I wanted to have them near me. I wanted to speak only to them each day for the rest of my life. Long after my idea was over, resolved in a way that did not please me, that did not please my owners, for I did not say I was sorry. I took all three turtles and placed them in an enclosed area where they could not come and go as they pleased, and so were completely dependent on me for their existence. I would bring them the leaves of vegetables and water in small seashells. I thought them beautiful, their shells dark gray with faint yellow circles, their long necks, their untouching eyes, the slow deliberateness of their crawl. But they would withdraw into their shells when I did not want them to, and when I called them, they would not come out.
Something wrong with that child.
So what is he doing there? You
I
see,
find
the
out.
Jamaican. This is the Jamaican wrote this. This boy must be Jamaican.
Yes, stubborn just like me. There's no problem in that.
So he is doing the same thing that the grandmother was doing to him, to these turtles. So he was trying to exert that same kind of protectiveness, not protectiveness, like controlling behavior. So children often do what they're exposed to, right?
Revenge.
Good.
Sir,
The narrator's point
the
of view-
turtle was just as stubborn as him, though.
First person.
First person, right? Which of the following characters most likely is the antagonist to the passage? So the antagonist is the person who opposes the protagonist. The protagonist is the star boy, the star girl, or the
Maybe.
main person. He will
The
be the
narrator.
protagonist.
Sir, I have a
And
question.
the antagonist will be the Mayunis, right? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's the question?
Mayonnaise is the antagonist, right?
Right, yeah.
Oh, so that means that the
So the
narrator, which is the
the
he's the
protagonist
protagonist.
be the narrator, the main one who surrounds this, and then Mayunis is the one who's antagonizing him. So
Okay,
which is
because I heard the opposite one. I was just kinda
no.
Yes, same.
Mayunis is your antagonist. The protagonist is narrator.
Okay,
Good.
sir. Thank you.
The narrator in the passage, somebody else.
The narrator in this passage is most likely A, woman reflecting on her childhood, B, biological daughter opposing her mother, C, teenager who detests living with her relatives, D, child abused and abandoned by her relatives.
I think it's A.
It's a hard one for you.
See,
Why say
I
woman?
used
Why
to
say
get it
woman?
wrong.
I know only women can be that heartless, but
Huh?
why women?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's easy.
Come on.
Why women? So the narrator is more likely what? Biological daughter opposing their mother, teenager detests living with relatives, child abuse and
With D,
abandonment
sir.
by
Child
relatives.
abuse.
D, sir.
D.
This answer, this option changed. It wasn't this. Woman
Because what
reflecting
you
on her
mean kneel
childhood.
down?
A
Yeah,
woman
it's
reflecting
somebody
on her
who,
childhood.
it's somebody, remember they said here, it wasn't until long after, and
Yeah,
she
it's a
had
long
died,
time ago, so
right?
most
But
likely
they're
it's
just
See,
she.
they can
reflecting,
die
right?
all kind of thing.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
so
that,
A is
A,
right.
A, A for sure.
Direct
Uh-huh.
heartlessness.
The image of the narrator,
That child killed her auntie. The image of the narrator as observant and detached is supported by the way what? He or she, A, describes in detail Ma Eunice's sadness over the broken plate. B, focuses on the beauty of the turtle's shells, necks, eyes, and crawl. C, describes his or her own attention to the plate as one of obsessive curiosity. D, pays attention to the details on the plate and shows no remorse when the plate is broken.
D.
Yeah, I think it's A again.
Yeah, A. The sadness
narrator
of
is
a broken plate.
observant.
So
So
it
it has
said
to be D
detached. I
though.
would say
Observant.
D.
Yes, so paying attention to details and then detached. She shows no remorse.
Sir, a detached person's mentality is mostly deals with precision and, well, no remorse at all. So yeah, I would say D.
Yeah, it's not. A needed something more.
Yeah, D.
Yeah, D is correct. 4 to 5.
Which of the following qualities supports the description of the narrator as an anti-heroine? A. Kind. B. Unloving. C. Easily led. D. Forgives readily.
B, unloving. That child
I
didn't love her aunt. She said it
personally think
herself.
it's C.
They.
That child, that child,
She had
that
no love and
child's,
she was
you
sister
know,
or something.
the action
There's a
which best
line.
reveals my Eunice is a disciplinarian. She cursed. No, she can't. The cursing is not disciplinarian. The way she
She
punished the
punished
child, right?
B.
Yeah,
B is his boy.
Sir,
The
can you
narrator
explain 45 again, please?
unloving.
So it says which of the following qualities supports the description of the narrator as an anti-heroine. But if my Eunice is the antagonist, wouldn't that also make her the anti-heroine?
No, they're asking the narrator. The narrator.
But
Wait, hold
wait,
up,
they're
sir.
asking how does
All right,
that make the
Gabby.
narrator anti?
Gabby.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
necessarily. There was this line in the story, in the short story itself, that says she did not love her Ma Eunice, and she didn't tell her that she was sorry until the even after Ma Eunice died. She didn't feel sorry at all. She actually enjoyed when Ma Eunice was lying on the ground, pulling her hair, pounding her chest, and
Hey, this
crying.
ain't need all of that. This ain't need all of that.
Yes, so which is
That's
why I said
me.
which is why we said unloving.
Okay.
Part of seven. The narrator refused to apologize because what? This is your answer. She rejected my Eunice's authority. Hmm? You know, if you don't respect someone's authority, nothing they say really is really valued. Right? Felt powerless by the adults. No, believe my Eunice should punish by cursing. Answer is A there. 48. The tone. What's the tone?
D.
Reflective resentment, D.
Yep, I agree. D is in dog. When you say religious reverence, just because you see the word heaven, it must be religious, eh? Yeah, I just look for one word. All right. So yeah, reflective resentment. The statement, but they would withdraw into their shells when I did not want them to. And when I called them, they would not come out. This child seems very, assertive and full of it.
C. I think it's C.
What does that tell you? The same thing that my Eunice is doing, the same thing the person is doing. It impose her authority and assert control. She wasn't empathizing on the vulnerable. She was making the vulnerable her own subject.
I would
She was
say C.
abusing the vulnerable. You said D, love and care for small creatures because she was my look.
No, I'll say
The
C.
expression. Wait, is it B, boy?
No. What was the answer? I didn't hear.
C, impose her authority and assert control. 50, expression on judging eyes. On judging eyes.
C as in cat.
Metaphor? Can the eyes, is the eyes human?
So that's D then.
Yes, a
Yeah, it's
personification of D.
personification. Yes, personification. Remember, personification is not giving human qualities to non-living thing. It's giving human qualities to anything that's not human. The eyes is not human. Huh? Good. Smile. All right, let me smile
Next
quick.
story.
You remember, it's two stories, two
There
poetries,
isn't
two
one
drama.
supposed to be short and one supposed to be long. Why is both of them long?
Ask them though. Tomorrow you
Upon,
have
did you first one?
short
Was he
ones
short
tomorrow.
or
It's the last
All
one,
short
guys.
ones.
Push through.
Push through, push through. Smile.
I remember it clear. Clear like yesterday. The evening the car drive up and the brown lady smiling with broad hips stop at our gate. The sun was setting bright yellow like when storm going to come. She walked up the hill and we stopped playing and run to call Mama. Mama come out the kitchen dripping with sweat and smile at the lady. They walk across the yard. The house the yard to the house, and we go on the playing ring. We go on playing ring ding, all the while wondering what a lady like that wants with Mama. After a while, Mama come to the door and call me. And dry, so she just say, Aisha, this is Miss Jonas. You're going to live with her. She wants a little girl who can jump round.
Is
I was
Jonas up?
7, just ready to leave basic school. When school opened, I would at last be going to big school. It took me a little time to take in what my mother saying. She got inside and bring out a cardboard box and give it to the lady. I glimpsed my pink dress on top and I wonder how come I don't even see when she packing the box, nor notice that she washed all my clothes. How long are you going for? I asked her. You're going to stay all the time, but she will bring you to look for us now and then. I followed the two of them into the hall. I could just barely see Keisha and Jasmine and my friend Daneria through the half open door. They came up quietly and stand behind it. My sisters stand up there staring. They surprised just like me. The lady put her arms around my shoulders. I pull away a little and my sisters form a circle around me. I remember the floral dress I have on and the rubber slippers I wear to school sometimes. All of them follow me to the car, crying. I too shocked to cry. My face set up and I feel it could never laugh again. I vex. Sir, could you scroll up, please? I vex with my mother. I grudge my sisters who get to stay. I feel like the God who I say my prayers to every night, betray me. Miss Jonas talking all the time, trying to sweet me up, telling me how I'm going to look to like her house. When we reached, she showed me my room and the bathroom. She gave me a towel and told me to bathe and put on some clean things from the box while she warmed up some supper for us. She smiled and touched my chin like how big people always doing to children and good kid. Me and she alone at the table. The supper is rice and peas and plenty of sliced meat. It was beef. I get 4 piece. I never see so much meat in my life. The supper always big in this house. The new school was next to Miss Jonas' house. The first day, Miss Jonas go with me to the register me. One good thing was that everybody knew it's a big school and almost everybody lived near. This big school was bigger than the one my sister and her friends go to. Every Saturday night, I cry myself to sleep. Sunday, I have to go to church with Miss Jonas. She said nobody not living in her house and not going to church. The what? But her church don't feel like church. The singing dead, no tambourine not shaking, nobody moving. Most of the time is the person alone talking and nobody answering him. When they do answer, they just say one or two little words. Sometimes the person sing the prayers, but in a kind of singing that you're not sure is really a song. Sort of like how when a ram goat ball, when him know him going to ball whole night till them let him go. Not too loud, not too soft, and sort of trembly. So I just sit down and sleep. Only one time in the whole service you see any action. The time everybody stand up and start walk around telling one another, peace be with you. I usually don't get up. My face must be look vexed for most of them pass me over after they try once or twice and see. But this one lady always force up herself on me and tell me, smile, God loves you. You don't have to tell me God loves me. I hear that all the time at my church. But from the day Miss Jonas take me I start doubting. Never understand why is me she take. And I never understand why Mama agreed to give me away. The
Beautiful reading. So Miss Jonas' arrival review. So Jonas is obviously a Catholic woman, right? So the kind of that's why the singing is dead. She's accustomed to Pentecostal kind of church where everybody screaming and shouting. and dancing up in church, you know. It's like
What kind of love?
the church itself is like a possession there. So the kind of, you know, everybody just enjoying the gospel. But when you go with Jonah's church, it's like, peace be with you. Peace be with you. Not much
These
action
slow,
happening there.
dead songs they be singing.
All right. So let's read the questions. First one.
Miss Jonas's arrival reveals that the A. Mother had planned the narrator's departure unknown to her. B. Narrator's abrupt separation from her family did not affect her at all. C. Mother loves her youngest daughter more than her other two girls. D. Narrator, though sophisticated, gains new insight about her mother.
A.
Yeah, that's A for sure.
Isa?
Unknown to her, right. You know, when they get enough picnic, you know, just want to send them away, you know, just sounds like Jamaican things, huh?
No, sir.
Oh my.
Actually,
Boy.
they don't want
Actually,
to send us away. We want to run away. It's the other way around.
wow. Wow.
Golly.
That's deep. That's deep. All right. The first person narration used in the passage is effective because what?
A. Emphasizes the narrator's attitude through the contrite tone used in her revelations. B. Provides judgments and truths which expose the devious actions of other characters. C. Captures the simplicity and authenticity of the child's distinctive voice and perspective. D. Creates distance between the narrator and other characters, exposing their thoughts and actions.
So C, as in
Yeah, I
Yeah,
cats.
think
C
it's
for
C.
sure.
Yeah, C.
Yeah, shows how innocent she was of a dog. Yep. 3. Literary device is found in this line here. The sun was setting bright yellow light.
D.
E to D.
Simile and
D.
foreshadowing.
Simile and foreshadowing.
54.
The
The
effect
effect
of
of
the change. Sorry, go ahead.
the effect of the change of setting from the narrator's home to Miss Jonah's house and later the narrator's new school and church is that it A emphasizes the contrast between the narrator's past and present social environment. B suggests that the narrator's internal circumstance is rapidly changing on a daily basis. C demonstrates the symbolic importance of places that create an atmosphere of despair. D highlights the narrator is a strong, versatile character who can survive many things.
A.
A. A.
Correct. Good. Was the inference? What inferences can be made about the older sisters during the narrator's first encounter with Miss Jonas when the sisters form a circle around her? What do you think?
B.
B.
Yeah, I think B.
B. To be
Good. 56. I vex with my mother, grudge my sisters who get to stay. You see, even though this place is so much well off, so children are innocent, it's not just about being well off, it's about being comfortable with the people you know and you love. Huh? That's so true. But probably y'all gonna be like
That's so
quick.
true.
Y'all gonna quick to trade your family for some rich people. How many y'all will do that?
Not
Nah.
really.
I'd
Well, no,
rather
you
get
see
rich
the
for
thing is,
myself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Let
murder
me get rich.
Any Jamaican, I'd rather get rich by myself. You sure?
I
Yeah,
am
for real.
Jamaican.
but
And we
then
rather get rich for
if
ourselves
you
and
have
take care
rich
of ourselves.
parents, then you would kind of
Murder my
inherit it.
family get rich, dog.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna let my family for rich people. Be for real.
Anyway, let me read. I just want to start yelling at old carry. I just gone. I vex with my mother, grudge my sister for hold out to stay. I feel like God who I say my prayers to every night betray me. That's deep, huh? That's deep. Why? Why? What's the effect of that?
C.
Is it just distrust for the family members? Remember, she talked about God as well, huh? They provided an opportunity to use colloquial terms and add local flavor.
I
That's
feel
the
it's
brand.
easy. The
Yeah,
tension
if
of
it
the
is
rage.
A.
Yeah, I think
Increasing
it's
the
A.
length of parallels between the narrators, rising
I
tension
think
and
it's
rage,
A.
terms of
A could be the answer too.
relationship between the narrator and other characters, not alone. So A, very good. For 57, you take this one over.
Which of the
B.
following?
Somebody says
Sorry.
C. Clear. 57, 56 C. Whether distrust between family members and their religious beliefs. No, man. Distrust of all family members and their religious belief.
She trusts
It's
her
not about
sister.
the family member and the religious belief. I vex with all my mother, grudge my sisters. It's I see the distrust. And it's
Sir,
not
but it
their
says,
religious belief.
sir, it says
Uh-huh.
all family members. She didn't distrust her sister. She just grudged them. She
She just
wanted to stay
grudged
with
them.
them.
Right. And their religious belief. It wasn't their religious belief. She was just angry that God betrayed her. It's
In
more
the
of
moment.
of her religious belief in that moment, right? It was just like her religious belief she was questioning, right? So C is not a bad answer, but it's not the best answer. 57.
Which of the following words best describe the narrator's mother? A. Polite, respectful, and sensitive. B. Practical, realistic, and decisive. C. Agreeable, friendly, and emotional. D. Impassive, critical, and domineering.
I think this is B.
And B
Dot,
as in boy.
dot. So I don't know how to
B.
refer to Dot.
Boy.
Dot is saying her teacher gave her it wrong when she put A. A is not A. You were correct with A. C required a little bit more explanation. You should have questioned that. Nothing is wrong with that. You see, the beautiful thing about English A or English B is that the answers are not right or wrong. It's not a fixed thing, one versus the other, right? English is a bit more interesting. Maths is boring. X and Y, it's always one value. Nobody
All
else.
right, sir. You can give props to English, but don't disrespect the maths. Don't disrespect the maths.
Yes, sir. Don't disrespect the maths.
Math is boring, like if you
No, it's not, sir.
if you
No, you can't say that about maths.
listen.
English
No,
is
I like literature is
Sir is
not
just a
boring.
hater.
literature is too
If
much.
you
Like
understand literature well, you will be able to use words to win any
True.
young lady. Yeah, but you don't
True.
understand literature. That's why you're suffering.
Sir, stop flexing, man.
So I
Thing
love
is,
English. I love literature.
I thought
I love
I pick
debating
a
my
easy
thing
subject.
point.
is,
This
But
is
you
very
see, when
I
it
hard.
only
comes to
do like
math,
literature. I only do like literature because I do like to read. That's
We know that Trinidadians generally
wow.
don't like to do that. They like
hey,
math.
what? Nah. Which part my
Come,
Trinidadians is we need to defend
come,
myself.
come,
We
come.
need to
Stop
defend
disrespecting
myself.
Trinidad, man.
Why?
I find that's too much. I find that's too
Bad. It's
much.
the paper one. Paper
The
one's
following
ridiculous.
words best describe the narrator's mother. The mother.
B.
Practical,
It's a
realistic,
mix
and
between B
decisive.
and D.
Sir, I
Respectful.
wouldn't say realistic because the moment the woman said she wanted to dump her
Caesar.
away, he
Realistic
sent her.
because
No, not see,
she
not
know
see.
she poor.
She know
She
she
know.
poor. She know she can't afford it.
Yeah.
I just wanted them, man. I got enough more. Let's just get them out. I think she didn't put you to. She
I
said
am
she
not a cat.
right.
I am not a
You're like a
kitten.
cat. Good one. Agreeable, friendly, emotional, impassive, critical, domineer. Yeah, B is the best one. She decisive, man. She sets you up nice for life.
She very decisive because she decided to send her.
She just dashed me away, so.
You see
Ah,
me?
that would have hurt me. That would have hurt me. I would have spent
Wow.
my life wondering why I am the one that, Even though I rich, eating with me gold spoon and wondering, I could have been poor right now.
That is
Nah,
right.
that's
Oh my.
Oh my
do shit.
god.
Sir, it's not I could have been poor, it's I could have been happy.
Exactly.
So, the people them
Ah,
poor in church.
but when you get older, you would be glad to go back to Jonas now.
She basically said she don't like me as her daughter.
Which technique is used mostly successfully by the writer to convey the narrator's criticism of Miss Jonas' church activities? That's a good one.
Humor.
Humor. It's like
Yes, sir.
everybody.
Yeah.
Good.
Get no flashbacks na ita na alliteration, right?
Alliteration is you like alliteration. Like you just talked about alliteration just now. Like everything we use alliteration, man.
Yeah,
It's
come now,
always
come
that
now.
Peter
Love me now,
Piper
love me now.
Pepper.
No, you probably just got a little
Which
bit
of the
of
following statements best describe the theme of the passage? Let's go through those. Friend priority, motivate the contrasting experience of children and adults. The unpredictability of childhood is driven solely by whims and fancies of adults. Bland. The
Sir,
structure
I
either
of
would
A
say
or
families
D.
A.
begin with simple
Either A or
betrayal.
D. And it's
A.
A.
Different priorities often motivate the contrasting experiences of children and adults.
Yes, sir,
But
that's true.
but D would
A.
write either.
Why not D? Why not D?
Why not B?
D?
Dog.
I find the word
I said D
whims
as in
and
dog.
fancies a little weird.
So it could be D or A.
Yeah, because as a result, she never really believe in a God.
He represents Jamaican train again.
The answer is dog.
The answer is dog.
What?
Let me see.
Y'all let's see the
Childhood
one to
experience
talk.
is initiated by adult decision, impact belief in self, family, and God. So when
That one summarizes everything.
Yes, it does. Yes, it did impact the belief.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I can
It
see.
summarizes everything. Y'all overlook the one completely. Different priorities motivate the contrasting experience adult and the God and religion in coming there.
The religion didn't come in there for
B
it.
wanted something more. B was just talking with a child and that was it. No.
So easy answer.
No, I'm saying B as in boy wanted something more.
Or
So
B.
D is
B
the
is
answer.
the answer.
B is the answer. I'm looking back at the other.
Now.
Destruction of family begins with simple betrayal. No. D as in dog, best fit. 60. The dominant emotion evoked in the reader by the final two sentences. Final two sentences. I never understand why it's me she take. And I never understand why mama agreed to give me away. That's D by.
So sad.
So saddening.
Sad,
See? Oh no.
The dominant emotion. Anger is not anger really.
Not
In the reader, we are gonna be
It's like I feel sorry for her.
empathetic.
It's
empathy.
Yeah, empathy.
It's empathy.
Yeah.
I watched
Oh,
them.
it's evoked. The emotion evoked. Wow.
Emotion we get out, yeah.
The
Somebody said
emotion
it's
we get out.
interested. Nah. That person too bland,
Real
Heartless, man.
All right, so before you guys go,
It's
yeah,
B.
that's it. So D, hey, yeah, it says B as in boy. Talk nice.
Sassy yes, yeah, sure.
Just go on like the YouTube video. Just go on like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed as yet. Tomorrow night.
What time is happening tomorrow, sir?
What time, sir?
It depends. I'm not sure if I'm on call at the hospital tomorrow, so I'll have to make a quick live or so. But let's aim for around 7. Around 7. It's paper 2. I wish to have the same crowd kind of tomorrow, right? Let's have the same people
Of
from
course.
last.
Oh yeah, man.
Sir,
Yeah.
I said before,
Sure, of
this
course.
Jamaican will be here.
Of course he will be
This
here.
And they're
Jamaican will
not
also
gonna
be
be
Good.
here.
here.
Look to Trinidad people. I want to know.
Yeah, I
This other
I
them
could
too.
defend my Trinidad men because our family was getting attacked for saying how
Yeah,
we
yeah,
wear
yeah.
dance.
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all don't lose faith tomorrow in the exam. Yeah? Don't just circle and answer because you're Trinidadian, huh?
Watch it like no way.
Sir,
Wow.
when
Hey,
how
you
old
come back
are we?
again. You come back again.
Actually read it, huh?
Oh wow.
Somebody saying that Trinidadians don't like to read, so I don't know.
Vinci will be here.
Sir, don't go attacking us because you're Guyanese, eh? Huh?
At least we have
Why you
oil. Trinidad
We have
had
more oil
oil.
than your entire.
Hey, why we getting back?
Sir,
Why we getting back?
shots.
We have pitch. Although we roads aren't good, we have pitch. And is
Oh
that right?
my, no, you didn't. You didn't just
All
do
after
that.
the community back here and begging for it.
Where country?
That's- Anyway, listen, we can continue this conversation tomorrow. So yeah,
Gracias, sir.
you're welcome. So tomorrow we'll do English B paper 2. On Friday we'll meet again. Thursday rather, we'll meet again for English A revision. Next week we will do some sciences. So if
Sciences
you
as
are
in
doing
biology.
what's next week? Biology.
chemistry?
Sir, it can be
Biochem,
Friday, no, sir.
physics,
It
all
be
that.
Thursday night.
Say the
Thursday night. Thursday night. Bio, no chemistry. Bio,
No chemistry?
Definitely had a touch
possibly
by him, sure.
some
So is it
physics.
HSB?
Yeah, HSB.
NC Science?
Good.
Yeah,
There go
HSB
Pia.
and T. HSB and T bio definitely. Some physics.
No business, no accounts.
No business. That's easy thing. Just close your eyes and put an answer on the paper.
Nah,
No,
no,
sir.
that's
I
what
have to deal with
Sir,
money
I am
making.
saying Wednesday morning I am going to write my accounts exam, being very much brainless.
Oh,
But
accounts pressure. Here we got it.
Like
accounts, when the balance sheet imbalance, all you gotta do is just write back where you get on one side, put it on the next side, man.
It is more complicated than that. If it is not correct, it may be considered embezzlement and we may be arrested. Not for the exam.
Sometimes when you
deep,
see
friend.
We are
This is just
not
an exam.
again.
This is just an exam. Your teacher lied to you. It's not that deep.
Yes,
Is that deep
It's
in real
always that
life? They
deep.
have to teach us the real
accounts
way.
is like
So the thing is, my link is always the same link, right? So once you copy the link, it's the same thing to all the sessions, right? So once you copy the link, you can come back without having to get the link again. No password is required. All right. All the best, guys. Take your
Thank
time.
you, sir.
Take your time in the exam. Get some
Yes,
shots
sir.
and
Bless,
some
bless.
sleep.
Good night,
And
Black Rasta man.
Get to the exam early. That must be a racist from All Boys Town.
Wow.
Believe in the curve.
Real racism in this thing, man.
just cause say a little dark, you know. One boy, yo, the man stop help with English, or
I go by the name Dark Chocolate. I go by the name Dark Chocolate.
nah,
Huh?
nobody in class not gonna call it that. Let me.
Okay, Black Rasta man.
You know I got your mother number on speed dial, so you better behave yourself right now.
Oh,
Good.
Yeah,
bye. Bye, sir.
Bye bye, guys.
I
Sleep
just saying
well.
Good night, sir.
dark chocolate kind of
All the best,
I'm gonna tell my teacher. Bye, guys.
Bye bye. Good.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Later.
dark chocolate, dark chocolate kind of bitter.
Tomorrow.
But bye tomorrow.
Grade ones only.
Grade ones only.
Grade ones only, yeah.
Grade ones only.
Dark chocolate is bitter. That's saying.
Good for the heart though.
Dark chocolate is the best.